Chapter 361. Oh my God! A half-step enlightened being defeated Yen Lin, who is ranked 13th on the Earth Profound list, in one move. This battle power is too heaven-defying. Even Mu Xiaoyue couldn't defeat Yen Lin in one move when he was a half-step enlightened being. Even defeating Yen Lin would be difficult. Do you guys think he's a disciple of some sect in the true Xian domain? If so, then the number one genius of the true Xian domain in the past 1,000 years might not be Mu Xiaoyue. Definitely not. Mu Xiaoyue's parents are both high-level astral realm esteemed beings. Moreover, his ancestors have been esteemed beings for several generations. He has an excellent bloodline inheritance, an 8-star yellow fate, and an extremely strong martial talent. This is why he is the number one genius of the true Xian domain in the past 1,000 years. Other than the 9 great sects, how could any other sect have such a heaven-defying genius? Then, he should be a genius disciple of some 2-star sect. No wonder he didn't put Yen Lin and the Black Widow in his eyes. Yeah. A 2-star sect is extremely powerful. With supremacies in charge, even the 9 superior sects combined would not be able to compete with a 2-star sect. The Earth Fiend sect is even weaker. If he is from a 2-star sect, the ones who would be in trouble would be Yen Lin and Black Widow. He's so young and has the cultivation of a half-step enlightened being. He also has such terrifying battle power. I'm afraid he's very outstanding in a 2-star sect. Could he be a disciple of a honorable? Hiss. A disciple of a honorable. That's too scary. If a honorable is angry, he can easily destroy a 1-star sect. The martial artists discussed animatedly. They didn't believe that an ordinary sect in the true Xian domain could produce a genius that was even better than Mu Xiaoyue. They all thought that Yixing was a genius disciple from a 2-star sect. A 2-star sect had a honorable. It was on a completely different level from a 1-star sect. Moreover, the difference between the two was much greater than the difference in strength between the 2-star sects. With the strength of a honorable, it was easy to destroy a 1-star sect. It was like an enlightened being destroying a martial saint's force. Thinking of this, all the martial artists looked at Yixing, their gazes filled with awe. Yixing glanced at the warriors on the 2nd floor indifferently. All the warriors were startled. They were so scared that they immediately looked away, not daring to look at Yixing again. Even the astral realm sages were no exception. Yixing turned around and walked towards the young swordsman. How are you? The sword-bearing youth immediately bowed to Yixing to express his gratitude and said, Yixing thanks young master for saving my life. I'm fine now, but... Looking at the broken arm beside him, Jian Wuxuang sighed. His arm was crippled. Unless he could find a spirit pill that could regenerate broken limbs in the future, he would be left with only one arm for the rest of his life. Yixing glanced at Jian Wuxuang's empty right arm and said, It seems like you only know how to use the sword with your right hand. Jian Wuxuang nodded and said, Without my right arm, my sword skills are crippled. However, I won't give up. Without my right arm, I can still practice the sword with my left hand. I will definitely take revenge for what happened today. Yixing said, The Earth Fiend sect is not to be trifled with. You should avoid them for now and leave 9 Heavens City first. Jian Wuxuang nodded and said, I'm here to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. With my right arm crippled, I no longer have the strength to participate. I will leave now. May I know young master's name and where you are from? Jian Wuxuang will remember today's kindness and will definitely repay it in the future. Yixing smiled and said, My name is Yixing. I come from a very distant place. You don't need to know. If you want to repay me, we'll talk about it when we meet again in the future. You can leave now. Since others mistakenly thought that he was a disciple of a 2-star sect, Yixing would naturally use this identity to shock the Fire Cloud cult and the Earth Fiend sect. Naturally, he wouldn't expose his origins to avoid being harassed by the Fire Cloud cult and the Earth Fiend sect. Young Master Yi, what I said is true. When Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step sage, he really defeated a 2-star sage. Moreover, he was a late-stage 2-star sage. Mu Xiaoyue's strength is much stronger than the rumors say. Jian Wushuang transmitted his voice to Yixing with celestial essence. He then bowed slightly again and said, "Young Master Yi, farewell." After Jian Wushuang left, Yixing also left the second floor of the inn and went to room 707 on the 7th floor. He would be staying there for a month. As for the broken tables and chairs on the second floor, the inn could only blame it on their bad luck. They wouldn't ask Yixing for them, nor would they dare to go to the Fire Cloud cult and the Earth Fiend sect to ask Yan Lin and the Black Widow for them. Compared to the profits of the 7 Treasures Inn, the value of those tables and chairs was not worth mentioning. There was no need to ask for them. After Yixing left, the inn quickly arranged for the coachman to take away the broken tables and chairs. The floor was cleaned up and replaced with new tables and chairs. The guests who came later could only learn from the discussions of other cultivators that such a violent incident had happened here. Yan Lin and the Black Widow couldn't find out Yixing's identity for the time being. Both of them were afraid of Yixing and didn't dare to cause trouble for him for the time being. Yixing stayed at the 7 Treasures Inn leisurely. The next day, Yixing left the inn and went to the bookstore to buy some books. They were all books that introduced the geography of the Star Continent. They mainly introduced the Middle Sky Continent and the East Divine Continent. Most importantly, they introduced the True Xian region. Yixing's reading speed was very fast. After flipping through the pages, he scanned them all into his super brain. Yixing finally had a certain understanding of the Star Continent. The realms of cultivators were divided into the Star Tempering Realm, Star Vortex Realm, Star Dipper Realm, Astral Reaching Realm, and Star Sea Realm. They were called ordinary cultivators, Star Marquis, Sage, Venerable, and King. Among them, high-level Star Marquis was called King Marquis, high-level Sage was called Sage, and high-level Venerable was called Lord. There was no introduction to high-level kings. There were no high-level kings in the Star Continent. The strongest were only mid-level kings, and there was only one in thousands of years. The founder of the Great Yuan dynasty was a mid-level king at the 4th level of the Star Vortex realm. He was also a 4-star king. Since the establishment of the Great Yuan dynasty 10,000 years ago, only 4 4-star kings had appeared. They were the founder, one appeared 8,000 years ago, one appeared 2,000 years ago, and one appeared 300 years ago. The 4-star king that appeared 300 years ago was the current supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty. His surname was Meng, and his name was Tai. Every time the supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty became a 4-star king, the Great Yuan dynasty would enter a golden age, and geniuses would appear in large numbers. Currently, the Great Yuan dynasty was in a golden age. Venerables were as common as clouds, and even kings were numerous. Even sages were everywhere. Comparing the 9 sect alliances of the True Xian region to the Great Yuan dynasty was like comparing the Purple Mountain County to the 9 Heaven City. The strongest in the Purple Mountain County were martial saints, and there weren't many of them. However, the 9 Heaven City was filled with martial saints. The strongest in the 9 sect alliances were sages, and the Great Yuan dynasty was filled with sages. Because the Spirit Moon sect had been destroyed by the Great Yuan dynasty, Yixing didn't have a good impression of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, when Yixing understood the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty, he couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty. After reading the books, Yixing also had a better understanding of the East Divine Continent. The 72 lower regions were divided into many different countries. However, each of the 36 upper regions had a country. They were all 2-star empires, and each 2-star empire had a 2-star sect behind them. Among the 36 2-star empires, there were 3 upper-rank empires, 9 middle-rank empires, and 24 lower-rank empires. Yixing was most concerned about the news of the true Xian region. Originally, he didn't even know about the 9 great sects of the true Xian region, but now, he finally knew. The 9 great sects were, Big Dipper sect, Boundless sect, White Bone sect, Fire Cloud sect, Spiritual Snake sect, Red Cloud sect, Flying Rainbow sect, Flowing Wind sect, and Golden Sword sect. Among them, Big Dipper sect, Boundless sect, and White Bone sect were the strongest. The other 6 sects were slightly weaker. However, the Fire Cloud sect was one of the strongest among the 6 sects and could be ranked as the 4th strongest sect. Other than the 9 great sects, there were also a few top 1-star middle-rank sects that were not to be underestimated. For example, 9 Heaven Cities Earth Fiend sect, Azure River District's Azure Sun sect, Jiang District's Xiantian sect, Liaoyue District's Spiritual Heart sect, Kuanan District's Cloud Ocean sect, Fengchang District's Evil Shadow sect, and so on. These sects all had at least 2 6-star perfected persons. The strongest Sun Moon sect and Azure Thunder sect in the Azure Cloud District only had 1 6-star perfected persons. They couldn't be compared at all. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had been in 9 Heaven City for 10 days. Today, he left the 7 treasures inn again and headed to the east side of the city with the silver-winged demonic eagle. Yixing heard that there were going to be a few auctions in the east side of the city today. He had plenty of star crystals on him, so he went to take a look. Today's news ban. I really want to update 3 times, but my head hurts. I can only update 2 times. I'll work hard tomorrow. Taking advantage of the news ban, I'll ask my brothers and sisters for free recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 362. 9 Heaven City was very big. Just the East District alone stretched for 700 miles and there were many auction houses. 3 of the auction houses were the most famous. They were the Big Dipper Auction House, the Immeasurable Auction House, and the White Bones Auction House. From their names, one could tell that these 3 auction houses belonged to the Big Dipper sect, the Immeasurable sect, and the White Bones sect. The Big Dipper sect, the Immeasurable sect, and the White Bones sect were the 3 strongest sects among the 9 great sects. Their auction houses were the safest in the true Xian region. Naturally, they were the most famous. Senior brother, it's him. He's the one who injured me on the 2nd floor of the 7 Treasures Inn. He even slapped the Black Widow. On the street outside the Big Dipper auction house, the Fire Cloud sect disciple Yan Lin stood beside a young man in a red robe and pointed at Yixing's back. That day, after Yan Lin and the Black Widow left, they did not disturb Yixing again. However, they had been secretly investigating Yixing's identity. However, no one in 9 Heaven City knew Yixing. Therefore, Yixing's identity had never been discovered. Yan Lin and the Black Widow suspected that Yixing was a disciple of a 2-star sect. Without investigating Yixing's identity, they naturally did not dare to find trouble with Yixing. Today, the Big Dipper auction house was going to auction a high-grade spirit pill that could strengthen one's body, the body strengthening pill. Although martial artists rarely cultivated their physical strength after becoming martial saints, no one would dislike having a stronger physical strength. Therefore, many perfected persons had come to the Big Dipper auction house today for the body-strengthening pill. Shui Yan and Yan Lin had also come for the body-strengthening pill. However, they had bumped into Yixing. Beside Yixing was a silver-winged demonic eagle that was more than 3 feet tall. It was very eye-catching as it walked on the street. Yan Lin had noticed Yixing from afar. Shui Yan followed Yan Lin's gesture and glanced at Yixing. Then, his gaze landed on the silver-winged demonic eagle beside Yixing. Shui Yan said, "The silver-winged demonic condor can reach level 3 when it reaches adulthood. Its strength is equivalent to a 1-star sage to a 6-star sage. His pet beast is not bad. I wonder if it has reached adulthood." Yan Lin said, "I didn't see this silver-winged devil condor that day, but, this guy's strength is very strong, he can injure me in 1 move. He should be able to fight with an ordinary 2-star sage." Shui Yan's gaze revealed a trace of seriousness. He was ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking and was an elite among the elites of the younger generation of the true Profound domain. However, compared to Yixing, he clearly paled in comparison. Shui Yan said, "Let's go. Let's go meet him." The two of them quickly moved forward and soon caught up with Yixing. "Hey, brother." Shui Yan took a few steps forward and stood in front of Yixing. He said, "I'm Fire Cloud Sect's disciple, Shui Yan. Back at the Seven Treasures Inn, my junior sister was a little rash and offended you. Please forgive her." With regards to Yixing's identity, Shui Yan also suspected that he was a 2-star sect's disciple, so he was very polite. Ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking, he was definitely famous in the true Profound domain. When Shui Yan reported his identity, many nearby warriors were shocked and looked at Shui Yan. They were even more surprised by Yixing's identity. He was young and had a silver-winged devil condor by his side, but Shui Yan was actually so polite to him. "I'm Yixing." Since the other party was polite, Yixing also faced him coldly and said, "I accidentally injured your sect's disciple that day, I hope she won't bear a grudge." Shui Yan chuckled and said, "You're too kind. Junior sister Yan told me that it was because the Black Widow was too vicious that caused young Master Yi to speak up for her. This is a chivalrous act. Junior sister Yan definitely doesn't bear a grudge against young Master Yi." Yan Lin observed Yixing's expression from the side. She saw that Yixing was very calm and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He didn't feel any pressure because of Shui Yan. She was even more convinced that Yixing had an extraordinary background. Yan Lin said, "Young Master Yi is a peerless genius with heaven-defying strength. How would Yan Lin dare to bear a grudge? As long as young Master Yi isn't angry with Yan Lin, it's fine." Many warriors heard the conversation between the three and became even more curious about Yixing's identity. Fire Cloud Sect's Shui Yan and Yan Lin were both outstanding figures among the younger generation of the true Profound domain, but they were actually so polite to this young Master Yi. Especially Yan Lin, her tone was even flattering. What was the identity of this young Master Yi that made the two of them be so polite and respectful? The outstanding figures among the younger generation of the true Profound domain were all on the Earth Profound ranking, but there didn't seem to be anyone named Young Master Yi on the Earth Profound ranking. Yixing sneered in his heart. This silly woman really thought he was a 2-star sect's disciple. He still remembered how arrogant she was on the 2nd floor of the Seven Treasures Inn. He. I'm not angry. Yixing chuckled and continued walking towards the Big Dipper auction house. As he walked, he said, "The two of you are also here to participate in the auction, right?" Shui Yan and Yan Lin followed and walked side by side with Yixing. Shui Yan said, "That's right. I heard that there will be a body-refining high-grade spirit pill, body-strengthening pill, being auctioned at this auction. We're here to try our luck. Young Master Yi, let's go in together." After walking a few steps, Shui Yan said again, "Young Master Yi is so young and has already reached the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. Furthermore, you have heaven-defying combat strength. I wonder which sect you are from and which senior's disciple are you?" Although Shui Yan believed that Yixing was a 2-star sect's disciple, he wasn't completely sure. Naturally, he had to clarify things. Yixing knew that the reason why Shui Yan and Yan Lin were so polite to him was because they suspected that he had a great background. If they knew that he was a disciple of a 1-star sect in the Qingyun region, they would probably turn hostile immediately. Yixing smiled and said, "I come from a faraway place. Even if I told you, Brother Shui wouldn't know." "Huh. But it won't be long before Brother Shui understands." Yixing was going to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. At that time, his identity would naturally be exposed. Shui Yan naturally didn't know that Yixing was referring to the Young Hero Assembly that would take place in half a month. Shui Yan couldn't ask about Yixing's background, so he could only feel resentful. The three of them quickly arrived at the Big Dipper auction house. Suddenly, Yixing's expression turned cold and he stopped walking. Yixing's gaze shot towards the four martial artists not far away. His eyes revealed a sharp aura. Of the four martial artists, 2 were perfected person and 2 were martial saints. Yixing knew them all. The 2 perfected person were both elders of the Holy Wind sect. One was a 1-star perfected person, Fang Qing, and the other was a 2-star perfected person, Feng Yuhan. The 2 of them were in the Qingyun mountain range and had participated in the killing of the Falling Star sect's team. The 2 martial saints were Feng Yu and Fang Zhe. Yixing had met the 2 of them in the Qingyun ancient land. Now, Feng Yu's cultivation had broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm and Fang Zhe had become a 7-star martial saint. The 2 perfected person elders of the Holy Wind sect had brought their 2 most outstanding juniors to the Nine Heaven City to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. The Nine Heaven City was huge. It had a radius of 1,000 miles and a population of more than 100 million. The probability of Yixing meeting martial artists from the Qingyun region in the Nine Heaven City was extremely low. However, because Yixing and the 4 martial artists of the Holy Wind sect had come to participate in the Big Dipper auction house's auction, they had unexpectedly bumped into each other. Shui Yan noticed Yixing's gaze and looked towards Fang Qing, Feng Yuhan, Feng Yu, and Fang Zhe. His eyes turned slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, do you know the 4 martial artists?" Fang Qing and Feng Yuhan were already middle-aged. They were only 1-star and 2-star perfected persons. Feng Yu and Fang Zhe were young, but they were not even 9-star martial saints. The 4 of them were obviously not worthy of Shui Yan's attention. With Yixing's talent, Shui Yan naturally believed that he could be a 2-star sect disciple from another region. However, in Shui Yan's opinion, Fang Qing and the other 3 martial artists were definitely not from another region. Every region was extremely vast. It had a radius of more than 1,000,000 miles, or even a few million miles. There was no reason for the 1-star and 2-star perfected person elders to bring 2 7-star and 8-star martial saint juniors to another region. This was an extremely dangerous act. If the 4 martial artists were martial artists from the true Xian region, then Yixing knew them. Didn't that mean that Yixing was likely to be a martial artist from the true Xian region? At this moment, Shui Yan and Yan Lin could not help but have this suspicion in their hearts. As soon as Shui Yan finished speaking, Fang Qing, Feng Yuhan, Feng Yu, and Fang Zhe felt Yixing and Shui Yan's gazes and turned their heads to look over. When Feng Yu and Fang Zhe saw Yixing, they immediately exclaimed, "Yixing! You are actually not dead yet." As for Fang Qing and Feng Yuhan, after the initial shock, their eyes lit up. Yixing was a huge treasure trove. Since he was not dead and had even come to the Nine Heaven City, wouldn't that mean that he had delivered a treasure to them? Today's outbreak, on Monday, please recommend me. Chapter 363. When the 4 of them saw Yixing, they quickly walked over. Feng Yuhan was a 2-star sage, and the 4 of them obviously followed his lead. He stopped in front of Yixing and said, "Little bastard, the Flying Cloud sect was right. You really didn't die." Fang Qing sneered, He, you're really good at running. You actually came to Nine Heaven City. However, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from us." While speaking, Fang Qing clenched his fist as if he had caught Yixing in the palm of his hand. Feng Yu and Fang Zhe had been slapped by Yixing in the Qingyun ancient land. The 2 of them hated and feared Yixing. Now that the Falling Star sect had been destroyed and Yixing was being chased by several sects, they no longer feared Yixing, only hatred. The 2 of them looked at Yixing with gloating expressions. Feng Yu sneered, "Yixing, aren't you awesome? Aren't you the #1 genius in the Qingyun region? Now you've become a stray dog. Let's see how you're going to be awesome. Since you've met the elders of my Divine Wind sect, today will be the day you die. Before you die, I'll return the humiliation you've given me 10 times over." Yixing stared coldly at the four people of the Divine Wind sect with murderous intent hidden in his eyes. If it weren't for the Heavenly Stars auction house prohibiting fighting, Yixing would have let the silver-winged demonic eagle attack and tear the four people of the Divine Wind sect to pieces. Yixing, the #1 genius in the Qingyun region? Shui Yan heard the words of the four people of the Divine Wind sect and looked at Yixing with a 180-degree change. His expression turned cold. Yan Lin, who was beside him, was livid and her eyes were burning with anger. They thought that he was a disciple of a two-star sect, but in the end, he was a martial artist from the Clear Sky District. The Clear Sky District was only a very ordinary remote district among the 27 districts of the true mystic domain. It was ranked below the 20th place. A junior martial artist from Clear Sky Earthly Cloud had been treated as a disciple of a two-star sect. When they had spoken, they had even tried to curry favor with Yixing. Now that they knew the truth, how could Shui Yan and Yan Lin not be angry? Yixing saw the changes in Shui Yan and Yan Lin, but he only glanced at them indifferently, and his gaze continued to fall on the four people of Divine Wind sect. Between Yixing, Shui Yan and Yan Lin, there was not much enmity. However, with the Divine Wind sect, there was an enmity of annihilation. In particular, Feng Yuhan and Fang Qing had participated in the assassination of the Falling Star sect's team. The deaths of sect master Lu Tianyuan and War Pavilion elder Qi Dosheng were directly related to the two of them. When Yixing saw the two of them, he couldn't wait to kill them on the spot. You want my life? When the auction is over, I will wait for you outside the auction house. Yixing coldly glanced at the four martial artists of Divine Wind sect, and then walked towards the auction hall. Feng Yuhan and Fang Qing looked at each other, and there was surprise in their eyes. Yixing dared to ask them to meet outside the auction house after the auction. The two of them couldn't believe it. In their opinion, Yixing would seize any opportunity to escape. Fang Qing transmitted his voice to Feng Yuhan, "This kid's escaping skills are top-notch. He may want to paralyze us. Maybe he will escape before the auction is over. We have to keep an eye on him." Feng Yuhan nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Yixing's back and said, "Kid, let's see what tricks you can play." Shui Yan also looked at Yixing's back and shouted, "Stop." Yixing stopped, but he didn't turn around and said, "What's the matter?" Shui Yan's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Yixing. There was a sneer on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared coldly at Yixing. Shui Yan said coldly, "Good kid, you've been pretending all along the way." Yixing said, "I'm me, who am I pretending to be?" Shui Yan said, "You know it in your heart." Yixing said, "I'm just a junior martial artist from a faraway place. I don't have any backing in Nine Heaven City, but I'm upright and upright. Who do I need to pretend to be?" Shui Yan's face was ashen. Yixing indeed only said that he came from a faraway place. He never said that he was a disciple of a two-star sect. The reason why Shui Yan and Yan Lin thought so was all their own guesses. Qingyun region was nearly 1,000,000 miles away from Nine Heaven City. Wasn't it a very far place? Yixing was right. Shui Yan would only be asking for a rebuff if Yixing was pretending. He skipped the topic and said, "Yixing, you hurt my junior martial sister at the Seven Treasures Inn, how dare you? We have to settle this properly, we can't just let it go like this." Yixing looked at Shui Yan with a faint smile and said, "Didn't you say that your junior martial sister was a little impulsive and offended me, and you want me to forgive her? I won't lower myself to the same level as a woman. I've already forgiven her. What other problems do you have?" **T. Yan Lin walked up, her eyes filled with anger and said, "A disciple from a trash sect dares to say that he forgives me? I'm not done with you for the Seven Treasures Inn." Shui Yan looked coldly at Yixing and said, "Kneel down and kowtow to junior martial sister Yan 3 times, and I'll spare your life." Yixing glanced at Shui Yan indifferently and said, "Shui Yan, you think too highly of yourself. If you want to stand up for your junior martial sister, you'll have plenty of chances at the Young Hero Assembly. If you can't wait, I'll wait outside the auction house after the auction. You can come too." After saying that, Yixing continued to walk into the auction house. Shui Yan patted Yan Lin's shoulder and glanced at the 4 people from the Divine Wind sect. "Junior martial sister Yan, don't worry. After the auction, as long as he's still alive, I'll make him kneel in front of you and beg for mercy." Yan Lin clenched her fists and said with a fierce look, "I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." Not far away, Fang Qing sent a sound transmission to Feng Yuhan. "It seems that Yixing has offended someone in the 9 Heavens city. We can't let others beat us to it. We have to be the first to kill him and get his storage ring." Feng Yuhan nodded and said, "Let's go. We'll keep an eye on him. He's not a real person, so he's not qualified to enter the VIP room. He can't escape from us." "Young master, demonic beasts are not allowed to be sold in the auction house. Please leave them in the demonic beast area." Yixing was stopped by a noble servant at the entrance of the Big Dipper auction house. Yixing nodded and left the silver-winged demonic eagle in the demonic beast area. Then he entered the auction house. In the Big Dipper auction house, only martial artists from the 9 upper sects or real people in the astral realm were qualified to enter the VIP room. Marquises who were not from the 9 upper sects could only enter the VIP room if they followed a real person. Marquises who were alone could not buy a VIP room even if they were rich. They could only stay in the auction house. The Big Dipper auction house had a large indoor area, which was equivalent to a football field. There were tens of thousands of seats inside. The first floor was the hall, and the second floor was the VIP room. Yixing was not qualified to go to the VIP room, so he bought a seat in the hall that was not too front. In order to keep an eye on Yixing, the 4 people from the Divine Wind sect did not go to the VIP room. Instead, they sat down not far from Yixing. The known treasures on Yixing were a high-grade flying spiritual tool, 2 high-grade spiritual weapons, and a mid-grade storage ring. These treasures were extremely rare even in the 9 Heaven City's auction house. After a few auctions, there might not even be one of these treasures. Therefore, the 4 people from the Divine Wind sect did not care about what was going to be auctioned. They only wanted to keep an eye on Yixing. When Yixing left the Big Dipper auction house, they would kill Yixing and obtain Yixing's storage ring. That would be the biggest gain. Shui Yan and Yan Lin were disciples of the 9 upper sections. They were also real people in the astral realm. Naturally, they bought a VIP room. The VIP room they chose was not far from Yixing. Standing at the window of the VIP room, they could see Yixing clearly. Shui Yan and Yan Lin were the same as the 4 people from the Divine Wind sect. They were also paying attention to Yixing to prevent Yixing from slipping away during the auction. In fact, it was not only Shui Yan and Yan Lin who were paying attention to Yixing in the VIP room. In another VIP room, there was also a young man and a young woman who were paying attention to Yixing. The woman was wearing a tight black robe and was nestled in the man's arms. There was a vertical crack on her chest, revealing 2 snow-white hemispheres. The man stretched out a big hand and stroked the snow-white hemispheres. His eyes were coldly staring at Yixing, who was in the hall on the first floor. There was a third update at midnight. Chapter 364. This brat is just a country bumpkin from the Qingyun region. I thought he was the 6th disciple of the 2-star sect who came to the True Xian region to watch the Young Hero Assembly. The Black Widow stared coldly at Yixing. At the same time, she gently twisted her body in Shi Wenxia's embrace, purposely moving her exposed breasts closer to Shi Wenxia's hand. "Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me. I was slapped by him and became the joke of the 9 Heaven City." Shi Wenxia was younger than the Black Widow. He was only 22 years old this year. However, the disciples of the sect were ranked by strength. Shi Wenxia was already a 2-star enlightened master, and his strength was unrivaled in the same realm. Naturally, he was the senior brother. Yixing was seen by Shui Yan and Yan Lin outside the Big Dipper auction house. In fact, he was also seen by Wuxia and the Black Widow who came to the Big Dipper auction house. However, Shui Yan and Yan Lin went up to Yixing to get close to him, while Wuxia and the Black Widow just watched from afar. Shui Yan, ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking, peak level 2 Astral Realm, Fire Cloud Sect disciple. Wuxia, ranked 10th on the Earth Profound ranking, had unrivaled battle strength, Earth Fiend Sect disciple. Now that Wuxia's cultivation had broken through to Astral Realm level 2, Shui Yan, a peak 2-star enlightened master, was most likely not his opponent. However, Shui Yan was a Fire Cloud Sect disciple. If the two met, Shui Yan's position would definitely be higher than Wuxia's. Wuxia believed that he was stronger than Shui Yan in every aspect. How could he be willing to be suppressed by Shui Yan? Naturally, he wanted to avoid meeting Shui Yan, so he just watched from afar. The 4 warriors of the Divine Wind sect recognized Yixing, and Yixing's identity was exposed. Wuxia and the Black Widow saw all of this. Originally, the Black Widow also suspected that Yixing might be a disciple of a 2-star sect, so she endured and didn't take revenge. Now that she knew that Yixing was just a junior from the Qingyun region, how could she let him go? However, the Black Widow was not a match for Yixing. If she wanted to deal with Yixing, she could only rely on her senior apprentice brother, Wuxia. Wuxia's hand, which was gently caressing her, suddenly exerted force. He squeezed into the Black Widow's clothes through the tear and grabbed one of her snowy peaks, kneading it forcefully. As Wuxia kneaded, he said fiercely, "Little slut, don't worry. He won't be able to escape from my palms." Under Wuxia's kneading, the Black Widow's body went limp and she started moaning. Wuxia kneaded the Black Widow for a while before releasing it. He then boldly sat down on the luxurious leather chair at the side. He was tall and his muscles were like dragons. He looked like a human-shaped machine. Even if he was sitting down, he was almost as tall as Black Widow when she was standing. There's nothing good in today's auction. Only the body-strengthening pellet can catch my eye, and the body-strengthening pellet will definitely be the last item to be auctioned. I'm very free in the early stages of the auction. As he spoke, evil General Wuxian spread his legs and said, "Little slut, come over here and give me a blowjob." When Yixing entered the auction hall, there were already many people seated inside. Moreover, there was an endless stream of people coming in. Not long after, the auction hall, which could hold tens of thousands of people, was full. Although most of them were noble star marquises, there were also quite a number of astral realm enlightened persons. There were at least 1,000 of them. This didn't include those in the VIP rooms. Compared to the Qingyun region, the total number of enlightened persons in the southern and northern sects was only 200 to 300. More than 1,000 astral realm enlightened persons was a huge number. And this was only the number of enlightened persons that the auction had attracted. The number of enlightened persons in Nine Heavens City was far more than this. From this, it could be seen that the Qingyun region was indeed very backward in the true Xian domain. It couldn't even be compared to Nine Heavens City. When the auction hall was full, an extremely voluptuous enlightened person walked out from behind the auction stage. This enlightened person not only had a voluptuous figure, but she was also very tall. She was wearing a tight-fitting silk dress that perfectly outlined her figure. The dress had a slit that extended all the way to her buttocks, revealing her 2 slender legs. It looked very seductive and pleasing to the eye. More than 80% of the martial artists that came to participate in the auction were old masters. When their gazes landed on this enlightened person, their eyes lit up with excitement. One could imagine that this enlightened person didn't even need to stir up the atmosphere. Just by standing on the stage, it was enough to keep the entire auction in an intense state. The enlightened person clearly wasn't just standing on the stage. She first bowed to the crowd. When she bowed, the 2 snow-white lumps in front of her chest surged violently, as if they were about to burst out. Yixing immediately heard the sound of countless saliva being swallowed. The enlightened person clearly controlled her movements very precisely. When the 2 lumps in front of her chest were about to pop out, she had already stood up. Although her chest was still trembling, there was no possibility of it popping out. This made many martial artists feel that it was a pity. After the enlightened person bowed, she revealed a sweet smile and said, "Tiangang Auction Hall's number 7 auctioneer, Bicky, at your service. Today's auction has a total of 72 items. The first item is a set of mid-grade star crystals. There are 1,000 of them. The starting price is 50,000 low-grade star crystals. Auction officials, please make your bids. 50,000, 55,000. 60,000. 97,000, 100,000. As soon as Bicky's voice fell, the voices of people bidding rose one after another. Soon, the price rose to 100,000 low-grade star crystals. Yixing looked at the crowd and was a little surprised. He had always thought that mid-grade star crystals were the same as low-grade star crystals. He didn't expect that mid-grade star crystals could be auctioned as an item. Moreover, there were many people bidding. Most of the bidders were enlightened persons in the astral realm. Normally, only enlightened persons could use mid-grade star crystals. Other than enlightened persons, only level 3 array masters could use them. Yixing knew that the exchange rate between mid-grade star crystals and low-grade star crystals was 1:100. This meant that according to the normal exchange rate, 1,000 mid-grade star crystals could be exchanged for 100,000 low-grade star crystals. However, according to the intensity of the auction, the actual price should be much higher than that. As expected, the price kept rising. In the end, a 3-star enlightened person bought the set of mid-grade star crystals for 130,000 low-grade star crystals. 1,000 mid-grade star crystals were sold for 130,000 low-grade star crystals. This was a 1:130 exchange rate, which was much higher than the normal exchange rate. Thus, the true value of a mid-grade star crystal was more than 100 low-grade star crystals. However, according to the amount of star power, 1 mid-grade star crystal was the same as 100 low-grade star crystals. However, mid-grade star crystals could replace low-grade star crystals. However, mid-grade star crystals couldn't replace mid-grade star crystals in many aspects. For example, setting up a level 3 array formation and restoring astral energy were all uses of mid-grade star crystals. Low-grade star crystals couldn't do that. However, every inch had its advantages and disadvantages. Although mid-grade star crystals could completely replace low-grade star crystals, low-grade star crystals were still needed under certain circumstances. For example, a sect couldn't lack low-grade star crystals. Take a 1-star sect as an example. They had a large number of disciples. If they gave each of them a middle-grade star crystal to cultivate, although it could replace the use of low-grade star crystals, it would be a complete waste. It was simply a reckless waste of natural resources. The Big Dipper sect was a superior 1-star sect. It was also one of the 3 most powerful sects in the True Xian region. It had many disciples and consumed a huge amount of low-grade star crystals every year. If mid-grade star crystals were used to replace low-grade star crystals, the Big Dipper sect would definitely go bankrupt. Therefore, the Big Dipper auction would always take out mid-grade star crystals to auction and convert them into low-grade star crystals. This way, the exchange rate was 1:100 and they could make a lot more money. For an enlightened master, mid-grade star crystals were far more useful than low-grade star crystals. A large number of enlightened masters were willing to spend more than the normal exchange rate to obtain mid-grade star crystals. The second auction item was a high-grade spirit herb. A high-grade spirit elixir usually required several high-grade spirit herbs as raw materials. If a high-grade spirit herb was obtained, one would have to find other spirit herbs as raw materials and then ask an alchemist to refine the elixir. It was very troublesome. Therefore, high-grade spirit herbs were much less valuable than high-grade spirit elixirs. However, for cultivators who were alchemists themselves, every upper-grade spirit herb they could get their hands on was worth it. There would always be a use for them, so there were many people bidding for them. In the end, it was won by a Star Dipper realm alchemist. Chapter 365. Yi Xing had come to the auction for the final item, the body-strengthening elixir. The body-strengthening elixir was a high-grade elixir. It could increase a martial artist's physical strength to the level of a 1-star sage. Only martial artists with astral energy in their bodies could withstand the body-strengthening elixir. Otherwise, their bodies would explode and they would die. Therefore, martial artists who could consume the body-strengthening elixir had to be at least a half-step perfected one. Even though there were restrictions, there were still many martial artists who wanted the body-strengthening elixir. Even a star realm perfected one would not complain about having a strong physical body. A martial artist who had not strengthened his physical body could use the body-strengthening elixir to increase his physical strength to the level of a 1-star sage. Yi Xing's physical strength was already comparable to a half-step perfected one. If he consumed the body-strengthening elixir, his physical strength would definitely be stronger than other martial artists who consumed the body-strengthening elixir. This meant that after Yi Xing consumed the body-strengthening elixir, his physical strength would exceed that of a 1-star sage and could even contend with a 2-star sage. An increase in physical strength also meant an increase in physical strength, allowing one to withstand a stronger impact. This would be very beneficial for Yi Xing's participation in the Young Hero Assembly. In the entire auction, Yi Xing only bid a few times. All the level 3 array materials were bought by Yi Xing. In the auction, other than middle-grade star crystals that could be bought with low-grade star crystals, the other treasures could only be bought with middle-grade star crystals. During the auction, the Big Dipper auction would collect middle-grade star crystals and then auction them off to obtain more low-grade star crystals to maximize the profits. Yi Xing had a lot of middle-grade star crystals on him. This auction was not very high-grade. The perfected ones who came were all beginner star realm perfected ones. None of them could compete with Yi Xing in terms of middle-grade star crystals. Therefore, once Yi Xing bid, he was determined to win and never failed. After obtaining a few level 3 array materials, Yi Xing spent a lot of middle-grade star crystals. The martial artists present were amazed. They thought that this young martial artist had a lot of wealth. Humph. This brat obtained the sect master's ring of Theso, he should have at least 6,000 to 7,000 mid-grade star crystals. In this auction, he spent at least a third of it. What a spendthrift. The elder of the Divine Wind sect, Feng Yuhan, said angrily in his heart. Even though he was a 2-star perfected person, he had no more than 1,000 mid-grade star crystals on him. The middle-grade star crystals of the entire Holy Wind sect should be similar to that of the Falling Star sect. However, Feng Yuhan was only an elder of the Holy Wind sect, while Yi Xing possessed the wealth of the entire Falling Star sect. Naturally, there was no comparison between the two. At the thought of Yi Xing's treasures, Feng Yuhan was both jealous and excited. In Feng Yuhan's opinion, Yi Xing was dead for sure after the auction. All of Yi Xing's treasures, be it the Flying Spirit Artifact, the Upper Grade Spirit Artifact, or the Starfall Sect Master's Ring, would fall into his hands. Time flew by. 4 hours later, the last item of the auction was about to be auctioned. All the martial artists cheered up. They knew that the next item to be auctioned was the body-strengthening elixir. A large number of perfected persons and half-step perfected persons wanted to obtain this upper-grade spirit elixir. Auctioneer Bicky raised her hand and a white jade medicine bottle appeared. Everyone's eyes were focused on the white jade medicine bottle in Bicky's hand. Bicky nodded and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the 72nd item of today's auction. It is also the last item of today's auction. As the last item of today's auction, its value must be the highest among the 72 items." Bicky smiled brightly and continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, you should already know that this is the upper-grade spirit elixir, the body strengthening elixir. The body strengthening elixir can increase a martial artist's physical strength to that of a 1-star perfected person. For martial artists who have already cultivated their physical strength, the effect is even better. The starting price is 1,000 mid-grade star crystals. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your bids. The starting price was 1,000 mid-grade star crystals. This made most of the martial artists shrink back at the sight of it. Not to mention half-step perfected persons, there were many perfected persons who did not even have 1,000 mid-grade star crystals on them. For example, Feng Yuhan and Fang Qing of the Divine Wind sect. There were many people like Feng Yuhan and Fang Qing who came from remote 1-star sections. Although they wanted this body-strengthening elixir, they did not have enough money and could only give up with a sigh. With this starting price, at least 20% of the true masters would be excluded from the list of bidders. However, some of the perfected persons who came from mid-grade 1-star sects or even Nine Heavens City were much richer than the perfected persons who came from remote 1-star sections. These perfected persons accounted for more than 70% of the perfected persons in the auction house. There were still many of them. As soon as Bicky finished speaking, many perfected persons made their bids. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. 100. 1,100. 1,200. 1,200. 1,300. 1,350. Many people made their bids at the same time for each bid. The starting price was 100 mid-grade star crystals, which was 10,000 low-grade star crystals. However, when the price rose to 1,300 mid-grade star crystals, the price started to slow down. Even so, the price still shot up to 1,500 mid-grade star crystals. Most of the previous auction items started at 100 mid-grade star crystals, and the final price was only 200 to 300 mid-grade star crystals. Even the more expensive items started at 300 to 500 mid-grade star crystals. The final price was less than 1,000 mid-grade star crystals. Compared to the auction of the body strengthening elixir, the first 71 items were simply too weak. When the price of the body strengthening elixir reached 1,500 mid-grade star crystals, Yixing made his first bid, 1,800. The increase in the bid was decreasing. Yixing raised the price by 300 mid-grade star crystals in one go. This was enough to deter most of the perfected persons who were preparing to bid. As expected, all the perfected persons in the auction hall looked at Yixing. They were wondering how this kid was so rich. He had already spent more than 2,000 mid-grade star crystals in the previous auction. Now, he was still able to bid 1,800 mid-grade star crystals. Even some perfected persons who came from mid-grade 1-star sects only had about 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. The richer ones had about 3,000 mid-grade star crystals. They had hundreds of thousands of low-grade star crystals or even more. However, during the auction, they could only use mid-grade star crystals to bid. If they increased the bid by 1,800 mid-grade star crystals, most of them would go bankrupt. A small number of them would be severely injured. They were already perfected persons. Although the body strengthening elixir had increased their physical strength was still incomparable to the strength of a star astral. It was clearly not worth it to go bankrupt to buy a body strengthening elixir. Even if it was to auction it for a half-step perfected persons of the younger generation, allowing the younger generation to rank higher in the young hero assembly, they still had to consider whether it was worth it to spend so many mid-grade star crystals. They did not have much time to consider. Soon, someone made a bid, 2,000. The person who made the bid was Shui Yan from the VIP room. As a genius disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, it was not difficult for him to obtain 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. Although he was already a 2-star perfected persons, the body strengthening elixir would not reach the strength of a star astral even if it strengthened his body. However, the increase in his physical strength greatly increased his defense. With an increase in defense, he would be able to withstand more powerful attacks and be able to last longer in battle. When the difference in strength was not too great, these 2 points were enough to turn the tide of a battle. This was very beneficial for Shui Yan when he participated in the Young Hero Assembly. He was determined to obtain the body-strengthening elixir. The perfected persons in the hall drew a cold breath. The price had increased to 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. They had all given up on the thought of bidding. They could not afford to compete. 2,500. Just as the warriors were surprised that someone in the VIP room had made a bid of 2,000 mid-grade star crystals, someone from another VIP room made a bid not far away. Gasps could be heard. This person's bid had increased from 2,000 mid-grade star crystals to 2,500 mid-grade star crystals. Mid-grade star crystals were not something that could be found on the streets. Even if it was calculated according to the standard exchange rate, one mid-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade star crystals. 500 mid-grade star crystals was equivalent to 50,000 low-grade star crystals. A single increase in price was 50,000 low-grade star crystals. All the perfected persons present felt their breathing quicken. They could not bear it. The person who made the bid of 2,500 mid-grade star crystals was Wuxia. Not only was his star astral strength powerful, but he also cultivated his physical body. Just his physical strength alone was enough to wipe out half-step perfected persons. He could even compete with a 1-star perfected persons. If he obtained the body-strengthening elixir, his physical strength would increase by another level. The double monthly votes had only started for 3 hours, and the archer god had already been beaten twice. Brothers, that's too lame. Don't hide the monthly votes. Please vote for the archer god. Begging for a monthly vote. Begging for passion. Monthly votes, plus chapters, with no limit to the outburst. Chapter 366. Wuxia raised the price of the body fortification elixir to 2,500 mid-grade star crystals. The entire auction house quieted down. Only the sound of people gasping could be heard. Less than 10% of the perfected persons present had more than 2,500 mid-grade star crystals. Almost 90% of them couldn't even afford this price. The price of the body fortification elixir was already considered high when it reached 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. After all, martial arts cultivation was the most important thing for a martial artist. The body fortification elixir wasn't a spirit elixir that could increase one's martial arts cultivation. It could only increase one's physical strength. However, the Young Hero Assembly was about to begin. For those outstanding young geniuses, the most important thing was to get a higher ranking in the Young Hero Assembly. Therefore, a body fortification elixir could be auctioned at a higher price than usual. Wuxia was born with divine strength and a strong physique. While he cultivated martial arts, he also cultivated body techniques. This body fortification elixir was very useful to him. He was determined to get it. Therefore, he raised the price by 500 mid-grade star crystals to Shui Yan's price. He was willing to spend mid-grade star crystals for the body fortification elixir. Shui Yan frowned in the VIP room. Yan Lin said, "It's Wuxia." Wuxia's voice was rough. Both of them knew Wuxia, so they could naturally recognize him. Shui Yan naturally knew that the other party was Wuxia. Ever since Wuxia's cultivation had broken through to the second level of the astral realm, the martial artists in the True Xian domain had said that Wuxia would be invincible among the 2 stars of the True Xian domain and would replace Shui Yan's 4th place on the Earth Xian ranking. This made Shui Yan very unhappy. Without a real fight, Shui Yan naturally didn't believe that Wuxia could defeat him. In his opinion, the most likely reason why Wuxia was auctioning the body fortification elixir was to defeat him in the Young Hero Assembly and replace his 4th place on the Earth Xian ranking. Shui Yan naturally couldn't let him have his way. Shui Yan said, 2,600. Shui Yan had less than 3,000 mid-grade star crystals. He didn't dare to raise the price by 500 like Wuxia. Wuxia came prepared. After Shui Yan raised the price, he immediately said, 3,000. 3,000 mid-grade star crystals were equivalent to 300,000 low-grade star crystals. If it was auctioned in the Big Dipper auction house, it might be sold for 390,000 low-grade star crystals. To a beginner true master, 3,000 mid-grade star crystals was a huge sum. 99% of the true masters in the auction hall wouldn't be able to take out such a sum. Shui Yan punched the tea table beside him and snorted angrily. He only had a little over 2,800 mid-grade star crystals. Wuxia had offered 3,000. How could he compete with him? Although the Fire Cloud sect was one of the 9 high sects and was extremely wealthy, Shui Yan, as a 2-star perfected one, had more than 2,800 middle-grade astral crystals with him. This was already a lot. It was something that many early-stage perfected ones could only look up to. Unfortunately, Wuxia had brought more mid-grade star crystals than him. Furthermore, although the Earth Carnage sect was inferior to the Fire Cloud sect, Wuxia's status in the Earth Carnage sect was much higher than Shui Yan's status in the Fire Cloud sect. In terms of mid-grade star crystals, Shui Yan was inferior to Wuxia. When Yan Lin saw Shui Yan's expression, she knew that Shui Yan didn't have any more mid-grade star crystals on him. She said, "Senior brother, I still have 1,000 mid-grade star crystals. You can use them first." Shui Yan's eyes lit up as he nodded towards Yan Lin. The gloominess in his heart instantly dissipated. He had more than 2,800 mid-grade star crystals on him. Including Yan Lin's, he had more than 3,800 mid-grade star crystals. Shui Yan shouted, 3,500. He also raised the price by 500 mid-grade star crystals in one go. There was only one word to describe the feeling: exhilarating. On the auction stage, Bicky's lips curled into a deep smile. As an auctioneer, she loved this kind of situation the most. 3,500 mid-grade star crystals had already far exceeded the price of a body-strengthening elixir. Shui Yan thought to himself, "Little guy, you can't afford to play anymore." However, the exhilaration in Shui Yan's heart didn't last for more than 3 breaths. Wuxia's bid made him feel even more depressed. Wuxia called out, 4,000. Wuxia didn't have many mid-grade star crystals on him. However, a victorious smile appeared on his face. Through Shui Yan's bid, Wuxia was very certain that Shui Yan's bid of 3,500 mid-grade star crystals was already a spent force. If Wuxia bid 4,000 mid-grade star crystals, Shui Yan wouldn't be able to afford it no matter what. That was indeed the case. Shui Yan only had 3,800 mid-grade star crystals on Yan Lin. Wuxia had already bid 4,000 mid-grade star crystals. How could he afford it? Wuxia. Shui Yan shouted, sounding very unhappy. "It's me." Wuxia replied. "You win." Shui Yan said coldly. Although his words were cold, it was clear that he had given up on the competition. "You want to compete with me?" Hee hee. Wuxia sneered in his heart. Even though Shui Yan was a disciple of the 9 upper sects, in Wuxia's eyes, Shui Yan couldn't be compared to him. In terms of talent, combat strength, and potential, Shui Yan couldn't be compared to him. Even in terms of tactics, Shui Yan couldn't compare. Although Yan Lin was respectful in front of Shui Yan, she was far from being obedient to Shui Yan. In front of Wuxia, Black Widow would do whatever Wuxia wanted her to do. She was obedient and obedient. Since Shui Yan had withdrawn from the competition, Wuxia naturally regarded the body-strengthening elixir as his. He sneered in his heart. "Shui Yan, do you think that I'm bidding for the body-strengthening elixir to deal with you? Humph, you don't deserve it. Far from it. When the Young Hero Assembly begins, I'll let everyone know how powerful I, Wuxia, am." Humph. You all think that I'm aiming for the 4th place on the Earth Profound ranking list? Bah! What I want is the 1st place. On the auction stage, Bicky also thought that no one else would bid. She said, "Congratulations to VIP room 222. Just as Bicky started to speak, she was interrupted by Yixing, 4,500. Yixing had tens of thousands of mid-grade star crystals on him. Furthermore, the Falling Star sect had a mid-grade star crystal mine. There were at least 1 million mid-grade star crystals in it, or even a few million. To Yixing, it didn't matter how many mid-grade star crystals he had to spend. The key was to bid for the body-strengthening elixir. Previously, he had bid once, but Wuxia and Shui Yan were competing, so he didn't interrupt. However, just because he didn't interrupt, it didn't mean that he didn't want it. Wuxia wanted to bid for the body-strengthening elixir, but Yixing didn't agree. Yixing's sudden bid stunned everyone. The body-strengthening elixir had already been auctioned for 4,000 mid-grade star crystals. This was a sky-high price, yet there was still someone who wanted it. Yixing's bid had exceeded everyone's expectations. This bastard is really a prodigal. Feng Yuhan cursed in his heart. He was heartbroken. From Feng Yuhan's point of view, Yixing's things would soon be his. Now that Yixing had spent 4,500 mid-grade star crystals to bid for a body-strengthening elixir, it was simply a waste of his treasures. This kid is really strange. Not only is his combat strength incredible, but he also has so many mid-grade star crystals on him. However, this is also good. If this kid wins the body-strengthening elixir, it will be mine in a while. Shui Yan curled his lips and thought to himself. The martialists in the auction hall looked at Yixing in shock. Bicky, who was on the auction stage, was also surprised. She said, "This auctioneer really bid 4,500? Whether it was her or the other martialists, none of them dared to believe that Yixing still had 4,500 mid-grade star crystals on him after spending more than 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. Yixing nodded and said, "How can it be fake? This kid also dares to compete with me." Humph. Wuxia stared coldly at Yixing through the window. He looked very unhappy. The VIP room was supported by a formation. Although one could see outside through the window, those outside could not see inside. However, Yixing still keenly sensed a sharp gaze fixed on him. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the VIP room where Wuxia was. Wuxia did not bid again. He said loudly, "Let him have it." The martialists were shocked. Wuxia was obviously determined to get the body-strengthening elixir. Why would he give it to this young martialist sitting in the hall? Beside Wuxia, Black Widow was puzzled. She asked, "Senior brother, why are you giving him the body-strengthening elixir?" Wuxia smiled coldly and said, "What's the difference if the body-strengthening elixir is in his hands or mine? Moreover, I can save 4,000 mid-grade star crystals. Why not?" "Oh." Black Widow reacted. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Senior brother, you have calculated well. This kid is here to deliver the elixir to you." Wuxia gave up on bidding. No one bid higher. This body-strengthening elixir was naturally won by Yixing for 4,500 mid-grade star crystals. My butthole is swollen. Is there any justice in this world? Double the monthly votes. Brothers, you can't be so useless. Go and add 980 votes. Even if you can't do it today, you have to rush to 1,060 votes so that I can add 2 chapters. Roll on the ground and beg for double the monthly votes. Chapter 367. With the completion of the auction for the body-strengthening elixir, the auction came to an end. After Yixing obtained the body-strengthening elixir, he left the auction hall and walked out of the Big Dipper auction house. The silver-winged demonic condor, who was in the demonic beast area, received Yixing's order and flew over, following Yixing. Behind Yixing, there were many martial artists. Many of them had evil looks in their eyes. How high could such a young martial artist's cultivation be? How strong could his demonic beasts be? Some perfected persons and even half-step perfected persons thought of Yixing as a pushover. Since Yixing could take out nearly 6,000 mid-grade star crystals, he must have more on him. They were plotting against Yixing. Xueyan, Yan Lin, Wuxia, and the Black Widow were all secretly following him. Of course, the ones who followed Yixing the most were the 4 martial artists from the Divine Wind sect. They were brazenly following behind Yixing. As long as Yixing left the Big Dipper auction house's perimeter, they would attack him. Just as Yixing left the Big Dipper auction house, the 2-star perfected person, Feng Yuhan, shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him escape!" Fang Qing led Feng Yu and Fang Zhe and immediately ran forward to intercept Yixing. As for Feng Yuhan, he still stood behind Yixing, surrounding Yixing. The martial practitioners following Yixing in the distance all stopped and watched from afar when they saw someone making a move. Xueyan and Yan Lin glided in the air and landed on the roof of a house nearby. Xueyan looked at Yixing and smiled. Yan Lin said coldly, "Kid, you're dead today." Yixing glanced at Xueyan and Yan Lin and said, "Why? Do you want to attack together?" Feng Yuhan wanted to kill Yixing and obtain Yixing's items. He did not want Xueyan and Yan Lin to interfere. Feng Yuhan cupped his fists at Xueyan and Yan Lin and said, "Young Master Xue, Miss Yan, we have a life-and-death feud with Yixing. Please don't interfere." Xueyan spread his hands and said, "Do whatever you want. I'll watch this kid die. Young Master will see it soon. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Feng Yuhan and Yixing said at the same time. Xueyan shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression, meaning that even if the 4 Divine Wind sect cultivators didn't kill Yixing, it didn't matter. In any case, as long as Xueyan was here, Yixing would die without a doubt. Disappointed. Feng Yuhan looked at Yixing and said with a smile, "Yixing, you're good at running for your life. But today, you won't be able to escape. Even if you have a flying beast, you'll still die." Yixing looked cold and said, "The ones who won't be able to escape are you 4 idiots. You 2 idiots should have seen me using demonic beasts in the Green Cloud Palace of the Green Cloud Ancient Land. You know that I have the silver-winged demonic eagle, but you still dare to come forward to die. I really admire your courage." Feng Yu and Fang Zhe's faces changed. They had indeed seen it. However, there were 2 elders of the Divine Wind sect beside them. Among them, Feng Yuhan was a 2-star sage. They did not believe that the silver-winged demonic eagle beside Yixing would be a match for a 2-star sage. Feng Yuhan looked serious. He carefully looked at the silver-winged demonic eagle and said, "You're just an 8-star martial saint. How strong can a demonic beast be? The fire cloud lion you controlled last time was comparable to a 2-star sage. How strong can this silver-winged demonic eagle be? Do you think you can scare us with that? Kid, stop daydreaming." Feng Yuhan was at the late stage of the 2nd-star realm. The fire cloud lion Yixing controlled was comparable to an early-stage 2-star sage. It was far from being a match for Feng Yuhan. Naturally, he did not put the silver-winged demonic eagle in his eyes. Yan Lin, who was in the hall, was slightly shocked. Feng Yuhan said that Yixing was only an 8-star martial saint, but she knew that Yixing was a half-step sage. Although there was no difference between an 8-star martial saint and a half-step sage to her, she felt uneasy. It seemed that the difference between Yixing and a half-step sage was unusual. At this moment, Yixing looked at Feng Yuhan and laughed disdainfully, "Daydreaming? That's right. It's time for you to wake up. Silver Demon, tear him apart." Receiving the order, the silver-winged demonic eagle let out a sharp shriek. He no longer restrained his demonic power. His aura surged out and shook the surroundings. In the distance, a martial artist exclaimed, "What a strong aura! It's comparable to that of 3-star sage. As a 2-star sage, Feng Yuhan was more sensitive. When the silver-winged demonic eagle's aura burst out, his face turned pale. A demonic bird equivalent to that of 3-star sage? How is this possible? How is this possible? Feng Yuhan exclaimed with fear in his eyes. The demonic bird flew very fast. It was extremely difficult to capture it. In order to obtain a demonic bird equivalent to that of 3-star sage, the sects in the southern part of the Qingyun region had to spend a lot of effort to find a demonic bird and slowly raise it. It was very difficult to directly control a level 3 demonic bird. Even the Blood Ghost sect, which was highly skilled in eye techniques, could not do it. However, Yixing was able to control a demonic bird equivalent to that of 3-star sage. How could Feng Yuhan not be shocked and fearful? Unfortunately, it was too late to be fearful now. The silver-winged demonic eagle was as fast as lightning. It turned into a silver light and charged towards Feng Yuhan. Divine Wind Step! Feng Yuhan shouted. A ray of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a hurricane and shot to the side. The Divine Wind sect was known for their speed. Feng Yuhan had the hurricane and was even faster. He was unparalleled among his peers. He barely avoided the silver-winged demonic eagle's attack. However, the silver-winged demonic eagle was a demonic bird. Speed was also its forte. Moreover, it was even faster than Feng Yuhan. In an instant, it flapped its wings and charged towards Feng Yuhan. Whoosh! The silver wings broke through the air and swept across like a silver blade. The silver-winged demonic eagle's wings were as strong as a spiritual weapon. They were extremely sharp and their power was no less than that of an upper-grade spiritual weapon. The silver wings were too fast. Even though Feng Yuhan's speed was outstanding, he could not avoid the silver-winged demonic eagle's silver wings. He could only block them. Whoosh! A middle-grade spiritual weapon saber appeared in Feng Yuhan's hand. With surging astral energy, he slashed down at the silver wings. With a loud clang, the spiritual weapon saber bounced back. The silver wings were like blades. They swept forward with unstoppable force. Silver light flashed past Feng Yuhan's neck. Feng Yuhan's head was separated from his body and flew up. In an instant, blood gushed out from Feng Yuhan's headless neck and splashed in all directions. It was a gory scene. Feng Yuhan's strength was not outstanding among his peers. However, the silver-winged demonic eagle's strength was one of the best among the 3-stars venerables. In a head-on confrontation, Feng Yuhan naturally died. Feng Yuhan had lost his life. Fang Qing, Feng Yu, and Fang Zhe were scared out of their wits. As a venerate, Fang Qing was better off. He screamed and fled into the distance like lightning. When Feng Yu and Fang Zhe saw Feng Yuhan's head cut off by the silver-winged demonic eagle, they screamed and collapsed to the ground. They were completely scared out of their wits. Whoosh! As soon as Fang Qing fled, Yixing chased after him like a bolt of lightning. The manifestation stage heavenly bat steps contained subtle wind potential. Yixing's speed was more than double that of a 1-star venerate like Fang Qing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fang Qing. The black dragon spear instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. He used the divine light flash and thrust out his spear. Fang Qing, who was running away, only felt the aura of death behind him. He was terrified and didn't realize that Yixing had caught up to him so quickly. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his chest. He subconsciously looked down and saw the bloody spear point. His expression immediately turned to horror. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream. However, he could no longer make a sound. The black dragon spear shook and was instantly pulled back. With a flash of cold light, there was not a single drop of blood on it. A fist-sized hole appeared in Fang Qing's body. Blood gushed out and he fell to the ground. Fang Qing died. Feng Yu and Fang Zhe also died at the same time. The silver-winged demonic eagle had crushed their heads with its claws. In the blink of an eye, 2 venerate elders and 2 martial saints of the Divine Wind sect had died. When Yixing killed Choubuhong, he said that he wasn't the first nor would he be the last. Today, the enemies of the Falling Star sect had killed another 4 people. At this moment, all the martial artists on the street were shocked. They stared at Yixing and the savage silver-winged demonic eagle, completely silent. Yixing swept his eyes over the surrounding martial artists. Then, his eyes fell on Shui Yan and Yan Lin. He said, "If you want to fight, then come." Chapter 368. Shui Yan and Yan Lin looked at the silver-winged demonic condor with a serious expression. In the enlightened person realm, every level was a huge difference in strength. It was extremely difficult to challenge someone of a higher level. Although Shui Yan was a 2-star enlightened person, he was not a match for a 3-star enlightened person. The strength and aura that the silver-winged demonic condor had displayed were all at the level of a 3-star enlightened person. Even if Shui Yan and Yan Lin worked together, they would still not be a match for it. However, although they were afraid of the silver-winged demonic condor's strength, Shui Yan and Yan Lin were at the top of the Earth Profound ranking. Moreover, they came from one of the 9 superior sects. Naturally, they would not show weakness in front of Yixing. Shui Yan snorted and said, "You are just relying on your demonic beast strength to show off. I will spare your life today. In the Young Hero Assembly, you are not allowed to bring your demonic beast to battle. Humph. When the time comes, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will take your life." Shui Yan and Yan Lin left behind these vicious words to give themselves a way out. Then, they immediately left. Shui Yan and Yan Lin's retreat was within Yixing's expectations. He asked the silver-winged demonic condor to move the bodies of Feng Yuhan, Fang Qing, Feng Yu, and Fang Zhe to the side. Yixing took their storage rings and used the star fire to burn the 4 bodies to ashes. When Yixing was about to leave, a muscular man who was 2 meters tall blocked his path. This muscular man was very young. He was only in his early 20s. However, the muscles on his body were bulging like dragons. He was filled with power and intimidating. Beside the muscular man, Black Widow was looking at Yixing coldly. Needless to say, this young muscular man was the genius disciple of the Earth Fiend sect, Wuxia. Yixing scanned with his super brain and found out Wuxia's cultivation. With Black Widow beside him, Yixing naturally guessed his identity in an instant. Yixing looked at Wuxia. Wuxia said frivolously, "Yes, I am." Yixing said indifferently, "Do you think you're a match for Silver Devil?" Wuxia was extremely confident as he said, "It's only equivalent to 3-star venerable." Yixing, for the sake of the silver-winged demonic condor, hand over the body-strengthening pill, and I won't make things difficult for you today. If you're unlucky enough to meet me at the Young Hero Assembly, I'll teach you a lesson. Yixing squinted his eyes. Wuxia clearly knew that the silver-winged demonic condor was equivalent to Reverend 3 stars, yet he was still so confident. Could it be that his strength was not only unrivaled in the same realm, but also able to fight against Reverend 3 stars? The rest of the warriors had the same thought as Yixing. They were all shocked. There were not many geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level, especially after reaching the enlightened Master of Enlightenment realm. In the eyes of martial saints, those who could reach the enlightened Master realm were all geniuses. It was extremely difficult to defeat them in the astral star realm. Among the younger generation geniuses on the Earth Profound ranking, Mu Xiaoyue was the only one who was recognized as having the combat strength to challenge those in the astral realm. This was because Mu Xiaoyue had defeated Reverend 1 stars many times when he was just a half-step Reverend. If a half-step Reverend could defeat a Reverend 1 star, then after becoming a Reverend 1 star, defeating a Reverend 2 stars would not be a problem. However, Wuxia's strength had always been unrivaled in the same realm. There had never been any news of him challenging those in the astral star realm. If Wuxia could also challenge those in the astral star realm, then as a Reverend 2 stars, wouldn't he have the ability to reach the top 3? If this was true, then it would definitely be shocking news. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Baizang, the 3 reverends of the younger generation in the true Xian domain, would be challenged. Although Wuxia's tone revealed that he did not care about Reverend 3 stars, Yixing still had a lot of confidence in the silver-winged demonic condor's strength. There were strong and weak reverends in the 3 stars. The strongest could defeat the weakest in an instant. The silver-winged demonic condor's strength was at the peak of the 3 stars' reverends. Even if Wuxia really had the strength to challenge Reverend 3 stars, he would not be a match for the silver-winged demonic condor. Yixing said, "If you can defeat my silver devil, then I'll give you a body-strengthening elixir." "You want me to fight?" Wuxia's eyes revealed an ominous glint. He stared at Yixing and said, "You have to think carefully. Once I fight, I won't just want a body-strengthening elixir." Yixing looked confident and said, "Who doesn't know how to boast? If you have the ability, then talk after defeating the silver devil." Wuxia said coldly, "This is what you asked for." As he spoke, Wuxia raised his hand and a huge black sword appeared in his hand. The length of the sword was more than 1.7 meters. It was almost as tall as an ordinary adult. Its width was more than 10 centimeters. If one looked at it closely, it would not look like a sword, but more like a door plank. However, this sword should not be underestimated. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon. Although the aura it emitted was not sharp, it was extremely heavy. It was a heavy weapon. Wuxia was tall and sturdy to begin with, like an iron tower. Now that he had a black heavy sword in his hand, he looked even more dignified and imposing like a mountain. Yixing waved his hand and the silver-winged demonic condor stood between him and Wuxia. Wuxia also waved his hand and the Black Widow immediately retreated. She knew Wuxia's true strength. It was much more terrifying than the rumors. Ordinary 3-star spiritual masters were not Wuxia's match. Moreover, Wuxia's attacks were extremely violent. Once he attacked, the area around him would be faced with a terrifying power attack. One could not get too close. "If you think that I'm only invincible among my peers, then you're wrong," Wuxia shouted. He held the heavy sword with both hands and slashed at the silver-winged demonic condor. Heavy mountain condenses. Whoosh! As the sword slashed out, the wind howled. The heavy black sword was not sharp, but its power was shocking. As the sword slashed down, the astral energy condensed and turned into a mountain peak. It slashed down with the sword. It was hard to imagine what kind of impact this sword would receive if it hit. The sharp blade could cut a person in half. This sword could not cut a person, but it could cut a person into meat paste. It was even more terrifying. The silver-winged demonic condor had the strength of a 3-star spiritual master. Even if Wuxia's sword was shocking, it was not afraid. Whoosh! Spreading its silver wings, it instantly transformed into a sharp silver blade. It slashed out horizontally and ruthlessly slashed towards the heavy sword that was slashing towards it. In an instant, the silver wings and the heavy sword collided. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. The silver-winged demonic condor's silver wing attack was fast and sharp, while Wuxia's strength was power. In a head-on collision, the silver-winged demonic condor's weakness and Wuxia's strength clashed. The silver-winged demonic condor screeched and was forced back 2 steps by the terrifying impact. Although its wings were protected by thick demonic energy and were as strong as spirit weapons, they were not real spirit weapons. In the fierce collision, a few feathers fell. Wuxia's expression was also shocked. The heavy sword in his hand sent a terrifying rebound force, and he could not help but take a step back. However, this was already very impressive. Wuxia was only a 2-star spiritual master, but he was not at a disadvantage in a head-on collision with the silver-winged demonic condor, who had the strength of a 3-star spiritual master. He even had the upper hand. Gasps could be heard from the spectating cultivators in the distance. Wuxia's strength was even more terrifying than the rumors. He actually had the strength to challenge a 3-star spiritual master. Yixing knew better than the warriors watching the battle from afar that Wuxia did not only have the strength to challenge a 3-star spiritual master. He probably had already surpassed most of the 3-star spiritual masters. The silver-winged demonic condor's strength was at the top of the 3-star spiritual masters. Even if its silver wing slash was its weakness, it was not something an ordinary 3-star spiritual master could compare with. However, such a terrifying attack had been forced back by Wuxia. One could only imagine how terrifying Wuxia's strength was. The outside world's evaluation of his strength was too low. However, although Wuxia's strength was strong, it was still not enough in front of the silver-winged demonic condor. The silver-winged demonic condor was forced back by Wuxia and immediately changed its tactics. Xiao 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 xiao, the silver-winged demonic condor moved. Silver light flashed and its speed was extremely fast. It attacked Wuxia from different angles with its silver wing slash. Wuxia had the upper hand in a head-on battle. However, facing the silver-winged demonic condor's fast attacks, he was somewhat powerless. Before he could gather his strength to the strongest state, the silver-winged demonic condor's attacks had already arrived. Furthermore, each attack was from a different angle, making it difficult for Wuxia to defend himself. Seeing that he was about to be defeated, Wuxia immediately retreated and left with the Black Widow. His voice came from afar, "Don't let me meet you at the Young Hero Assembly. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death." Chapter 369. Looking at Wuxia's departing figure, Yixing's expression turned grim. With the silver-winged demonic condor's speed, it could definitely catch up with Wuxia and Black Widow. However, Yixing did not let the silver-winged demonic condor chase after them. So what if they caught up? In Nine Heaven City, if Yixing killed Wuxia and Black Widow, he would definitely die. The Earth Fiend sect was a powerful sect with a 6-star venerable. Any one of them could easily kill Yixing. Without sufficient strength, he would not have the initiative. If Wuxia wanted to kill him, he could resist, but he could not kill Wuxia. If Wuxia died, there would be stronger people coming to kill him. He had to bear with it. There will be another strong opponent in the Young Hero Assembly. Yixing thought to himself. Previously, he treated Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Baicang, and Mu Shaoyue as his opponents. Wuxia was only half of them. But now, his opinion had changed. The strength Wuxia displayed was considered strong among the 3 stars venerable. Not only could he be considered as a strong opponent with the 4 people in front of him, but he was also one of the strongest. The Young Hero Assembly was the focus of attention. Yixing was not suitable to use the black hole astrology or Sagittarius astrology. However, if he did not use these 2 trump cards, Yixing did not have the confidence to fight against the 3 stars venerable. Unless his cultivation could break through to the astral realm. I will first refine and absorb the body-strengthening elixir to increase my physical strength. Then, I will try to break through to the astral realm before the Young Hero Assembly. I must get first place in the Young Hero Assembly. I must get the resurrection elixir. Yixing clenched his fists and made up his mind. Riding the silver-winged demonic condor, Yixing returned to the South City district. However, he did not return to the 7 Treasures Inn. Instead, he went to the more famous Big Dipper Inn. Big Dipper Inn was the property of the Big Dipper sect. It was absolutely safe to stay there. Although Shui Yan and Yixing said that they would deal with him during the Young Hero Assembly, Yixing could not guarantee that they would not ask the elders of the sect to take action. The 7 treasures in could not stop the Earth Fiend sect and Fire Cloud sect, but the Big Dipper in could. Although the Big Dipper in's fees were slightly higher and the 7 treasures in's fees couldn't be refunded, Yixing still prioritized safety. Big Dipper in, room 527. Yixing sat cross-legged. After calming his mind, he took out an astral body pill and consumed it. Soon, the vigor pellet in Yixing's body turned into a stream of heat that spread throughout his body along his meridians. It seeped into his flesh and blood, strengthening Yixing's flesh, tendons, bones, meridians, organs, and everything else. The vital body pill could raise a martial artist's physical body to the level of a 1-star enlightened master. That was a complete transformation that required a very long time. While Yixing was using the vigor pellet to strengthen his physical body in the Big Dipper Inn, 2 pieces of news spread rapidly in Nine Heaven City. The first was that Wuxia, who was ranked 10th on the Earth Profound ranking, actually had the strength to challenge those of a higher level in the astral realm. As a 2-star enlightened master, his strength was actually not weaker than a 3-star enlightened master. He had the qualifications to compete with the 3 big shots of the Earth Profound ranking. The second was that a monstrous genius had risen from the younger generation of the true Xian region. This monstrous genius was called Yixing. He was only 17 or 18 years old and came from the remote Qingyun region. He was only a disciple of a 1-star inferior sect, but he had already cultivated to the level of a half-step enlightened master. Furthermore, he had the strength to challenge those of a higher level and was even stronger than a 1-star enlightened master. He was almost another Mu Xiaoyue. These 2 pieces of news caused the martial artists in Nine Heaven City to be extremely shocked. Wuxia was originally a younger generation genius of the true Xian region. Who in Nine Heaven City did not know of him? Now, there was suddenly news that Wuxia's strength was even stronger than the rumors. He actually had the qualifications to challenge the top 3 of the Earth Profound ranking. When the martial artists in Nine Heaven City heard this, they were naturally extremely shocked. As for the second piece of news, it caused them to be deeply shocked. What kind of person was Mu Xiaoyue? An 8-star yellow fate heaven's mandate. He had the heaven-defying battle strength to challenge those of a higher level in the astral realm. He was hailed as the #1 genius of the true Xian region in 1,000 years. Since he was the #1 genius of the true Xian region in 1,000 years, it could be seen how rare he was. It was hard to find one in 1,000 years. However, Mu Xiaoyue had only been famous for 2 years. Suddenly, a half-step enlightened master who was even younger than him appeared out of nowhere and could also challenge a 1-star enlightened master. Furthermore, this monstrous genius called Yixing was not a disciple of the 9 great sects, nor was he a disciple of a 1-star inferior sect. He was only a disciple of a remote Qingyun region's 1-star inferior sect. This was too unbelievable. How could a once-in-1,000 years monstrous genius suddenly appear on the streets? Other than Mu Xiaoyue, there were 2 more of them. Yixing was after all an illustrious name. The martial artists in Nine Heaven City could still believe him. However, when it came to Yixing, almost all of the martial artists who heard the news maintained an attitude of suspicion. However, the news had been verified to be absolutely true. This was because in front of everyone, Yixing had defeated a 1-star enlightened master twice and killed a 1-star enlightened master once. Furthermore, the 2 1-star enlightened masters that Yixing had defeated both had great backgrounds and were rather famous. One was the Fire Cloud sect's Yan Lin, who was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. The other was the Earth Fiend sect's Black Widow, who was ranked 19th on the Earth Profound ranking. As for the 1-star enlightened master that Yixing had killed, he was a martial artist from the Qingyun region. The martial artists in Nine Heaven City basically did not know him. Furthermore, Yixing had taken advantage of the opportunity to chase after the 1-star enlightened master to kill him from behind. This point, perhaps, did not prove how strong Yixing was. However, just based on the fact that Yixing had defeated Yan Lin and Black Widow in one move, his name was enough to shock everyone. It quickly spread throughout Nine Heavens City. Other than Mu Xiaoyue, there are also Wuxia and Yixing, two monstrous geniuses whose talents are not inferior to his. Oh my God, the three of them are geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years. To think that they appeared in the same generation. This year's Young Hero Assembly will be interesting to watch. It's a pity that their cultivations are not in the same realm. They are respectively a half-step Enlightened Master, a 1-star Enlightened Master, and a 2-star Enlightened Master. There is no doubt about their strength. If they were in the same realm, it would be amazing. Yeah, monstrous geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years. Just thinking about it makes me excited. After the Young Hero Assembly, the Earth Profound rankings will probably change greatly. In the past, I thought that this generation of geniuses would be the most prosperous one in 1,000 years. Now, it seems that we have greatly underestimated the talents of this generation of geniuses. That's right, 3 monstrous geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years are in the same generation. I'm afraid that this is something that has never happened in the true Xian domain in the past 10,000 years. I can't wait to see the talents of this generation of geniuses. I must watch the Young Hero Assembly. Wuxia was furious. Yixing was also furious. Among the geniuses of the true Xian domain, there used to be 3 tycoons, Yang Gang, Meng Zhi, and Baicang. The 3 of them were 3-star Enlightened Masters. Now, there were 3 monstrous geniuses, Mu Xiaoyue, Yixing, and Yixing. The 3 of them were monstrous geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years in the true Xian domain. Yang Gang, Meng Zhi, Baicang, Mu Xiaoyue, Yixing, and Yixing. As the Young Hero Assembly was about to begin, these 6 people were the most influential figures among the geniuses of the true Xian domain. Even though Yixing had just been known, his battle record was too eye-catching. After a few days, his fame had completely overshadowed Shuiyan's, who was currently ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking. In this generation of geniuses, there were Mu Xiaoyue, Yixing, and Yixing, the 3 monstrous geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years. Yang Gang, Meng Zhi, and Baicang, the 3 3-star venerables who were not even 24 years old, were also extremely outstanding. They were hailed as the strongest generation in the true Xian domain in the past 10,000 years. In the past few days, Yixing's name had spread throughout the Nine Heavens City. However, Yixing himself was completely unaware of it. The medicinal efficacy of the body fortification pill was surging. Yixing spent a few days to completely absorb the medicinal efficacy. His body was reborn and underwent a qualitative change. Big Dipper in, room 527. Yixing was still sitting cross-legged. However, the sound of water crashing against the shore could be heard from within his body. This was the sound of Yixing's blood and qi circulating. His body was strong and his blood and qi was vigorous. When he circulated his blood, it was like a surging river and waves surging to the sky. It contained a terrifying power. At this moment, Yixing opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as he stood up. All the bones in his body crackled. He waved his hand and took a step forward. The sound of wind could be heard as if he was a human-shaped machine moving. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yixing's eyes revealed a confident gaze. The monthly votes list exploded again. Tears begging for double the monthly votes. Chapter 370. The Young Hero Assembly was about to begin. In the last few days, Yixing tried to break through to the astral realm. To his surprise, the barrier to the astral realm seemed to have loosened. This meant that as long as Yixing persisted in breaking through to the astral realm, he would definitely be able to break through. It was just a matter of time. Unfortunately for Yixing, he was still unable to break through the barrier to the astral realm until the day of the Young Hero Assembly. If he was given 3 more days, Yixing was confident that he would be able to break through the barrier to the astral realm and become an enlightened being. However, time waits for no man. The young hero assembly would not be delayed for 3 days because of Yixing. On this day last year, Yixing broke through to the star vortex realm and became a martial saint. He had just turned 17 years old. Due to the awakening of the black hole astrology, the entire star continent was shrouded in darkness. The Grand Tutor of the Daiyuan dynasty, Si Kongyan, deduced that this was an extremely bad omen. He proposed to the Supreme King, Meng Tai, to find the demon star during the genius election. The genius election would be held 3 times. The first one would be held a year later by the various regions. The second one would be held 2 years later by the various continents. The third one would be held 3 years later by the Daiyuan dynasty. Today was exactly 1 year later. He would be 18 years old. On this day, not only the true Xian region, but all the regions of the Daiyuan dynasty were holding the genius election. Yixing had gone to bed early last night. He woke up early in the morning and headed to the inner city in high spirits. The Young Hero Assembly was held by the 9 sect alliances at the 9 Heaven Fighting Arena in the inner city of the 9 Heaven City. The 9 Heaven Fighting Arena occupied an area of 10 miles. The fighting arena was 2,000 meters in the middle. The arena was surrounded by ring-shaped viewing platforms that could accommodate millions of spectators. People could freely enter and exit the outer city of the 9 Heaven City by flying. However, except for the martial artists of the 9 sect alliances, flying was prohibited in the inner city. Furthermore, one had to pay an entrance fee to enter the city. The entrance fee was not high. It was only 10 low-grade star crystals per person. There were countless warriors who had entered the inner city to watch the Young Hero Assembly. There were 10 city gates in each of the 4 directions of the inner city, but there was still a long queue of people entering the city. Today was a special day. Every city gate was guarded by a middle-ranked true sage. Naturally, there were many people. Naturally, no one went up to collect inferior-grade astral crystals from the crowd. Instead, a large box was placed at the city gate and the cultivators entering the city had to take the initiative to throw in 10 inferior-grade astral crystals. The martialists who entered the city ran all the way to the city gates and threw out 10 low-grade star crystals. Their speed was very fast. Although there were tens of thousands of people lining up at each city gate, using this method, it didn't take long for everyone to enter the inner city. There was a mid-level true master standing guard at the side. It was obvious whether the people who entered the city had thrown in 10 low-grade astral crystals or not. If anyone threw in less, they would be caught by the mid-level true master. The consequences would be dire. Naturally, no one would take this risk for a mere 10 low-grade star crystals. Although the entrance fee was not high, there were at least a few million people entering the inner city today. The 9 sect alliances had to collect tens of millions of inferior-grade astral crystals just to collect the entrance fee. It was simply an astronomical figure. Even though the 9 sect alliances had taken out many precious treasures to reward the top 10 juniors in the Young Hero Assembly, the Young Hero Assembly this time was likely to be a profitable one. Yixing was a junior genius participating in the Young Hero Assembly. There were special passageways in the 4 directions of the inner city for the junior geniuses participating in the Young Hero Assembly to enter for free. When they arrived at the 9 Heaven Fighting Arena, the junior geniuses participating in the Young Hero Assembly directly entered the arena. As for the other warriors, they entered the spectator stands and looked for their own seats. When Yixing arrived, there were already hundreds of junior geniuses in the arena. Their cultivation was at least at the 7-star martial saint realm. More than 50% of the seats in the surrounding fighting arenas were already occupied by cultivators. Moreover, the number of junior geniuses and spectators was still increasing. Especially the spectators, there were at least 10 people entering the arena from the 4 directions at all times. Soon, the spectator stands in the arena were filled with warriors. Many warriors did not manage to get a seat and could only sit on the steps or stand at the side to watch. Yixing sized up the junior geniuses in the arena. There were already more than 1,000 people. The Qingyun region was only a remote region in the true Xian domain. There were dozens of 7-star martial saints below the age of 25. There were 27 regions in the true Xian domain. Some of the regions ranked at the top had more 7-star martial saints below the age of 25 than the Qingyun region. Especially the regions where the 9 high sects were located, the number of 7-star martial saints below the age of 25 would definitely be more than 100. Therefore, the total number of 7-star martial saints was not only more than 1,000 people, but also more than 1,000 people. It should be around 1,450 people. When Yixing was sizing up the others, he sensed that many warriors were sizing him up as well. Many of them were astral realm perfected persons. In the past few days, Yixing's name had spread throughout the 9 heavens city. The astral realm perfected persons all saw him as a strong opponent. Yixing could also feel that Wuxia and Shui Yan were looking at him with fierce gazes. If he met them in the competition, they would definitely be ruthless. Yixing did not place Shui Yan in his eyes. However, Wuxia gave him a lot of pressure. He was a very strong opponent. Furthermore, in Yixing's opinion, there was a high possibility that he would meet Wuxia in the competition. There would definitely be a battle between the two of them. Other than Wuxia and Shui Yan, there were a few other junior geniuses that also attracted Yixing's attention. One of them was a youth in white with a sword on his back. He was about 20 years old. He did not reveal a strong aura, nor did he reveal his cultivation. Outsiders could not see through him. However, there was an aura around him. It seemed like there was an extremely sharp qi blade that constantly sliced the air around him. His white clothes did not have any patterns other than pure white. It could be seen that he was a very pure person. Once this kind of person entered a business, he would definitely achieve amazing results. Although the youth in white did not reveal his cultivation, Yixing could guess that he was the Golden Sword Sect's monstrous sword genius, Mu Xiaoyue. Not far from Mu Xiaoyue, there was a youth in black. He looked much older than Mu Xiaoyue, about 25 or 26 years old. However, since he was able to participate in the Young Hero Assembly, it meant that he was not yet 25 years old. It was just that he looked a little older. His face was resolute, as if it was carved by a knife. His clothes were fluttering without any wind. It seemed like his body was constantly emitting a shocking power. Yixing guessed that this person should be the Heavenly Dipper Sect's Yang Gang, ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking. On Yang Gang's left was a youth in green. He was not as domineering as Yang Gang, but he also had a shocking aura. Looking at him was like looking at an endless sea, or looking at the endless sky. On Yang Gang's right was a youth in white. This person's white clothes were different from Mu Xiaoyue's. There were a few pale skulls embroidered on it, and his skin was also strangely pale. It could be seen that the one wearing the white skulls was the White Bone Sect's Baicang. The youth in green was naturally the Boundless Sect's Mengji. The only ones who could stand together with Yang Gang were the two powerhouses of the Earth Profound ranking, 3-star spiritual masters. In addition, there were many other powerful junior geniuses. However, Yixing did not pay much attention to them. The only ones that he cared about were Yang Gang, Mengji, Baicang, Mu Xiaoyue, and Wuxia. No matter how strong the others were, they could not be stronger than Shui Yan. And Shui Yan was not one of Yixing's strong opponents. In the northern part of the 9 heavens fighting arena, there was a pavilion built in the spectator stands. When all the junior geniuses in the fighting arena had arrived, an old man in his 60s walked out of the pavilion. This person walked in the air with a pair of green wings on his back. It was a high-grade flying spiritual weapon. Greetings, Master Wu Yu. When this person appeared, many people below immediately greeted him respectfully. Yixing was surprised. He looked up and saw that the old man in his 60s was actually a venerable master. Master Wu Yu nodded at the martial artists below. He stood in the air and said, "Let's go." Juniors, in this Young Hero Assembly, the 9 sect alliances have prepared generous rewards for the top 10 junior geniuses. Furthermore, the top 10 junior geniuses can represent the true Xian region and participate in the great competition of the East Divine Continent next year. They can compete with all the junior geniuses of the East Divine Continent. Don't lose in the last 2 days. I'm begging for double the monthly votes. Chapter 371. At this point, esteemed Master Wu Yu paused. Although the 9 high sects already knew that the top 10 geniuses could participate in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament, the majority of the martial artists didn't know. Now that they knew that the top 10 geniuses had the chance to compete with all the geniuses in the East Divine Continent, many of the martial artists were excited. The true Xian region was vast in the eyes of the martial artists, but it wasn't much in the entire East Divine Continent. It was only one of the 108 regions in the East Divine Continent. Moreover, the true Xian region was one of the 72 lower regions. Perhaps the true Xian region was more outstanding in the lower regions, but it couldn't be compared to the 36 upper regions. It was undoubtedly an honor for the geniuses of the true Xian region to participate in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament. Only with competition could there be improvement. If one wanted to go further on the path of martial arts, not only did they need talent and resources, they also needed the motivation to become stronger. Only with competition could one be motivated. The more ambitious a martial artist was, the more interested they were in participating in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament. For example, Yi Xing. He didn't just want to compete with the geniuses of the East Divine Continent, he wanted to compete with the geniuses of the entire Star Continent. If he wanted to become a king in the future, he had to be at the forefront of his generation. Esteemed Master Wu Yu was very satisfied with the reaction of the martial artists. As for the rewards for the top 10, I'll announce it now. The 7th to 10th place will be rewarded with 2,000 mid-grade star crystals and a Saint Spirit pill. The 4th to 6th place will be rewarded with 4,000 mid-grade star crystals, a Saint Spirit pill, and a star energy pill. The 2nd and 3rd place will be rewarded with 6,000 mid-grade star crystals, 2 Saint Spirit pills, and a star energy pill. The 1st place will be rewarded with 10,000 mid-grade star crystals, 2 Saint Spirit pills, a star energy pill, and a Supreme Spirit pill, the Resurrection pill. When the martial artists heard the rewards announced by esteemed Master Wu Yu, they were all envious. Just the mid-grade star crystals were enough to make many perfected masters excited, let alone the high-grade spirit pills. The Saint Spirit pill was a medicinal pill that aided the cultivation of enlightened masters. The Astral Energy pill was a medicinal pill that could quickly restore astral energy. The Resurrection pill was a medicinal pill that could heal injuries. All of them were extremely precious. This was especially true for the Resurrection pill, which was a top-grade spirit pill that could allow a person to regrow their limbs. It could even allow someone who had died not long ago to come back to life. It was a treasure that could only be discovered by chance. When Yi Xing heard the words Resurrection pill, his heart skipped a beat. His goal for participating in the Young Hero Assembly was the elixir of resurrection. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. He was determined to get first place. After Wu Yu finished announcing the rewards, he paused for a moment before continuing. The rewards are very generous, but only the most outstanding geniuses can receive the rewards. Furthermore, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. It's the golden age of the martial Tao in today's world. The number of geniuses in your generation is far more than in the past. It's the most in the past 10,000 years in the true Xian domain. There are too many young warriors participating in the Young Hero Assembly this time. It's too troublesome to have all of them compete. Therefore, before the Young Hero Assembly begins, we have to conduct a small test to eliminate some of them. Wu Yu's words immediately made the 7-star and 8-star martial saints nervous. The elimination process would definitely start from the weak. Wu Yu continued, the number of people participating in the Young Hero Assembly will be limited to 128. Among them, 24 perfected persons of the younger generation do not need to participate in the test. To the east of the arena, there is a mountain called the Crouching Tiger Peak. There are already people from the 9 sect alliances on the Crouching Tiger Peak. The rest of the people will depart immediately and head to the Crouching Tiger Peak. Collect the participation tokens from the perfected persons of the 9 sect alliances and return to the arena. The fastest 104 people will pass the test and participate in the Young Hero Assembly with the 24 perfected persons of the younger generation. The rest of the people will be eliminated. There were more than 1,000 young warriors present. Even if the 24 perfected persons of the younger generation were eliminated, there were still more than 1,000 people. If only the first 104 people were eliminated, more than 90% of the young warriors would be eliminated in this test. Swoosh 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 swoosh. As soon as Wu Yu finished speaking, other than the perfected persons of the younger generation, the rest of the warriors rushed out of the arena. The Earth Profound ranking only recorded the 72 young geniuses of the true Xian domain. These 72 people were definitely among the 128 people participating in the Young Hero Assembly. Most of the warriors would not be able to enter the top 10 and obtain the rewards of the Young Hero Assembly. However, they were very concerned about whether or not they could enter the Earth Profound ranking. The young geniuses who did not enter the Earth Profound ranking were destined to be unknown. Once they entered the Earth Profound ranking, even if they were ranked 72, their names would be known by all the warriors in the true Xian domain. Of the younger generation cultivators in the dueling ground, the weakest was a 7-star martial saint. All of them were very fast. In just over 20 breaths of time, more than 1,000 younger generation cultivators had all rushed out of the dueling ground, heading for Crouching Tiger Peak, which was 5 kilometers to the east. In terms of speed, even the beginner perfected persons could not compete with Yixing. Among the young warriors heading to the Crouching Tiger Peak, the strongest was only a half-step perfected persons. How could their speed be compared with Yixing's? Whoosh, Yixing performed the heavenly bat steps. He did not even use the power of the wind. He was far ahead and was almost half the speed of the second place. He was the first to arrive at the Crouching Tiger Peak and received his participation token. On the way back, Yixing was stopped by 3 9-star martial saints. Although Yixing's name was very famous, it had not been long since he had risen. Moreover, most of the warriors had not seen him before. Therefore, the 3 9-star martial saints did not know that the young man in front of them was the legendary Yixing. Kid, hand over your participation token. Since you are so fast, you can get another one. The leader was a late 9-star martial saint. He pointed at Yixing and shouted. The other 2 9-star martial saints stood on the left and right to prevent Yixing from rushing past them. Idiot! Yixing glanced at the 3 of them indifferently. His speed was so fast, surpassing that of all the half-step veritable personages. No matter how weak he was, he would not be too weak. These 3 9-star martial saints actually dared to snatch his participation token. If they were not idiots, what were they? They were simply looking for a beating. Pa! 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 Yixing's figure flashed. Before the 3 could react, Yixing gave each of them a slap. They cried out miserably and flew to the side. Yixing continued forward. He did not stand out too much. He purposely slowed down, waiting for the second place to catch up before entering the dueling ground. Yixing was the first to return. The expressions of some of the warriors who knew him changed slightly. They thought to themselves, no wonder he has the strength to fight against a 1-star veritable personage. He is indeed extraordinary, far surpassing those of the same cultivation. As for the warriors who did not know Yixing, most of them had heard of Yixing's deeds over the past few days. At this moment, they roughly guessed Yixing's identity. Yixing's cultivation was at the half-step veritable personage, but he had the strength to defeat a 1-star veritable personage. It was inevitable that he would stand out among the younger warriors who did not have a veritable personage. Soon, the second and third, a large group of warriors rushed into the dueling ground. At the entrance, a mid-stage veritable personage stood. When the 104th warrior of the younger generation entered the dueling ground with his participation token, the mid-stage veritable personage stopped the younger warriors behind him. He said, "The quota is full. The people behind, please head to the spectator stand to watch this young hero assembly." The younger warriors who were stopped by the mid-stage veritable personage had a look of pity. Especially the 105th person, he was so anxious that he jumped up. He was just a little bit away from catching up to the person in front. However, he was just a little bit away. The person in front would be qualified to participate in the young hero assembly. He could only go to the spectator stand and be a spectator. At the north of the dueling ground, Wuxia flew out from the pavilion again. He spread his green wings and stood in the sky. Wuxia said, "The 128 quotas are full. The young hero assembly will now begin. Juniors, please head to the edge of the dueling ground and sit down. After your names are called, you will enter the dueling ground to compete." After Wuxia finished speaking, he returned to the pavilion. The 128 warriors of the younger generation retreated to the edge of the dueling ground. There were empty seats there, so they each chose a seat and sat down. Yixing walked to an empty seat. Before he could sit down, Wuxia had already come to his side and said, "Yixing, I hope you can last a little longer. When you land in my hands, I will let you know what it means to be smashed to pieces. Last 24 hours, please vote." Chapter 372. In every round of the competition, half of the participants would be eliminated. The longer they lasted, the higher the chances of Yixing and Wuxia fighting. Yixing looked at Wuxia and said, "I'll wait for you." Although Wuxia was strong, Yixing was not afraid at all. Both of them looked at each other without showing any signs of weakness. Wuxia sneered and sat down with the disciples of the Earth Fiend sect. The name list of the 128 juniors participating in the Young Hero competition was quickly compiled by the 9 sect alliances. A mid-level perfected one walked out from each of the 4 directions of the arena. There were many participants in the first 2 rounds of the competition. The 4 mid-level perfected ones divided the arena into 4 areas so that they could host 4 battles at the same time. In less than 4 hours, the first 2 rounds of the competition had ended. The top 32 had been decided. Other than the 24 astral realm perfected ones, 6 of the other 8 were half-step perfected ones. The other 2 were a mid-level 9-star martial saint and a peak 8-star martial saint. Among the juniors, other than the 24 astral realm perfected ones, there were more than 20 half-step perfected ones. The mid-level 9-star martial saints and peak 8-star martial saints were able to surpass many half-step perfected ones and enter the top 20. They were considered dark horses and attracted the attention of many martial artists. Especially the peak 8-star martial saint, who was at the 9th level of the astral vortex realm, could still defeat a half-step perfected one. It could be seen that his ability to challenge those of a higher level was very strong. After becoming a half-step perfected one, he might be able to challenge a 1-star perfected one. Everyone remembered his name, Yang Ming. He was a disciple of the Sun Moon sect, a mid-level 1-star sect in the Qingyun region. The most shocking thing in this young hero competition was the juniors of the Qingyun region. Last year, only Yang Ming from the Qingyun region was on the Earth Profound ranking, and he was only ranked 68th. This year, there were actually 2 juniors from the Qingyun region who had entered the top 32. Moreover, both of them were challenging those of a higher level, especially Yixing. At such a young age, he was already a half-step perfected one and had the ability to defeat a 1-star perfected one. Young Master Yang Ming looked very proud. Entering the top 32 had already achieved his goal. As for the top 16, that was impossible. Among the young geniuses, there were 24 astral realm enlightened masters. In other words, in the 3rd round of the competition, 8 enlightened masters would be eliminated. Although Yang Ming's cultivation had increased from the early stage of Celestial Vortex Stage 8 to the peak of Celestial Vortex Stage 8, he still couldn't compare with a real perfected being. He didn't dare to dream of being in the top 16. Yi Xing glanced coldly at the arrogant Yang Ming. Yang Ming immediately felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His hair stood on end. Regarding Yi Xing's news, Yang Ming had heard that the 4 martial artists of the Divine Wind sect had all died at the hands of Yi Xing. Moreover, Yi Xing had also defeated 2 one-star sage. Yang Ming feared Yi Xing from the bottom of his heart. In the 3rd round of the competition, there would be battles between the juniors of the Enlightened Masters. This could be considered an important segment. There would no longer be 4 battles at the same time. Instead, there would only be 1 battle at a time. In this round, even among the juniors of the Enlightened Masters, there would be 8 battles. Yi Xing's opponent was at least a 1-star Enlightened Master. There was also a chance for him to meet a 2-star or 3-star Enlightened Master. The names of the battles were quickly announced. Yi Xing's opponent was a 1-star Enlightened Master, Huangfu Feng. Huangfu Feng was a disciple of the Evil Shadow sect, a 1-star sect in the Fengchang area. He was ranked 21st on the Earth Profound ranking. Yi Xing had defeated Yan Lin, who was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. Huangfu Feng was ranked 21st. To Yi Xing, there was no pressure at all. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Baizang naturally defeated their opponents and advanced easily. Mu Xiaoyue and Shi Wenxia's opponents were both 1-star Enlightened Masters. Both of them had terrifying strength and defeated their opponents in 1 move. Shui Yan, Nan Xinyue, Du Feiyun, Shi Du, Kai Xia, Mu Ziyue, and the rest of the 2-star Enlightened Masters also defeated their opponents and advanced to the top 16. Other than Mu Xiaoyue and Shi Wenxia, there were no other Enlightened Masters who could fight above their level. When a 1-star Enlightened Master met a 2-star or 3-star Enlightened Master, they naturally lost. However, there were 4 1-star Enlightened Masters who were very lucky. Their opponents were all half-step Enlightened Masters, so they naturally won and advanced to the top 16. There were already 15 people in the top 16. The last battle was between Yi Xing and Huangfu Feng. The winner would advance to the top 16. There was a reason why Yi Xing and Huangfu Feng were arranged for the last battle. Although there were battles between Enlightened Masters in this round, in order to avoid strong opponents, it was either 1-star Enlightened Masters fighting against 2-star or 3-star Enlightened Masters, or 1-star Enlightened Masters fighting against half-step Enlightened Masters or martial saints. There was no suspense in the outcome. The battle that the audience was looking forward to the most was undoubtedly the battle between Yi Xing and Huangfu Feng. Although Yi Xing was also a half-step Enlightened Master, he had defeated a 1-star Enlightened Master. Therefore, the audience did not treat him as a half-step Enlightened Master, but as a real Enlightened Master. Could Yi Xing really fight above his level? What you hear is false, but what you see is true. No matter how reliable the rumors were, it was not as good as witnessing it with one's own eyes. Therefore, when Yi Xing and Huangfu Feng stepped onto the stage, the audience became spirited and their eyes lit up. Even the young geniuses were paying close attention to the battle. Many people were still doubtful about Yi Xing's combat strength. Now, they could witness with their own eyes whether the rumors about Yi Xing's strength were true. Huangfu Feng was tall and thin, like a bamboo pole. He stared coldly at Yi Xing and said, "You're too weak. Perhaps you have defeated Yan Lin and the Black Widow, but don't even think about defeating me." Huangfu Feng chuckled and continued, "Our Evil Shadow sect speed is unparalleled. Even if you are strong, you won't be able to touch the corner of my clothes." Yi Xing's lips curled into a smile and said, "Are you sure?" "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Feng's figure flashed and vanished on the spot, and he transformed into a few afterimages as he said, "You can't even touch the corner of my clothes. I'm in an invincible position in this battle. It's either a tie or victory." In the midst of his words, Huang Fufeng's figure kept flickering. Whoosh! 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 While changing his position, Huang Fufeng did not forget to execute the upper-tier spiritual martial art, Sinister Wind Finger. In the blink of an eye, 3 rays of light attacked Yixing from different directions. Whoosh! Yixing took a step forward and executed the Heavenly Bat movement art. How fast was the Heavenly Bat movement art of the transformative stage combined with the advanced wind force? Huang Fufeng's 3 rays of light all missed. At the same time, he was shocked as Yixing had disappeared from his sight. How could a person disappear completely? No matter how fast he would still be able to see some afterimages. Huang Fufeng's mind spun as he thought of a possibility, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. It was impossible for Yixing to disappear, and he could not see Yixing. Therefore, Yixing could only be behind him. Just as Huang Fufeng thought of this possibility, Yixing's voice came from behind him, "You still need to improve your speed." Huang Fufeng was moving quickly, but Yixing was following closely behind him. The distance between the two was only 1 step. When Huang Fufeng heard Yixing's voice, it was already too late. As Yixing spoke, he waved his hand and slapped Huang Fufeng's back 9 times in a row. Huang Fufeng let out a furious roar. When Yixing's voice came, he immediately turned around and executed the Sinister Wind Finger, attacking wildly. However, Yixing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Huang Fufeng's attacks had all missed. Yixing stopped a few hundred meters away and said, "Do you still want to fight? If it was a battle of life and death, you would already be dead." Huang Fufeng naturally felt Yixing's 9 palm strikes on his back. However, he could not accept that his greatest strength was so weak in front of Yixing. "It's not over yet." Huang Fufeng roared. In an instant, starlight flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a wind elemental star. The high-grade wind elemental star increased Huang Fufeng's speed by another level. Yixing frowned. Since Huang Fufeng did not admit defeat and the judge did not say that he had won, he had to make a move. Boom! Yixing put on the fiery gloves and punched out. Even though Huang Fufeng's speed had increased, he was still no match for Yixing. In the blink of an eye, Yixing's fist was right in front of him. He could not dodge it. Sinister Wind Finger. Huang Fufeng roared. Wind elemental astral energy fell from his celestial body and merged with the astral energy to form a dazzling astral finger that pointed forward. Bang! With a loud explosion, astral energy splashed in all directions. Terrifying air currents shot out in all directions. Huang Fufeng was sent flying backward, spitting out blood. He was sent flying a few hundred meters by Yixing's punch. Chapter 373. In terms of speed, Huang Fufeng wasn't Yixing's match. In a head-on clash, Huang Fufeng was far from a match. Seeing Yixing send Huang Fufeng flying with a single punch, none of the warriors present doubted Yixing's strength anymore. Yixing wins and advances to the 4th round. The referee announced Yixing's victory. Yixing smiled faintly and retreated to the edge of the arena before sitting down in his seat. He could feel countless pairs of eyes looking at him at this moment. Especially the younger generation geniuses nearby. Apart from Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Baicang, Yi Wenxia, and Mu Xiaoyue, who only glanced at Yixing indifferently before looking away, the rest were carefully sizing up Yixing. Even the majority of the 2-star perfected ones treated Yixing as an opponent worthy of attention. After all, from the battle where Yixing defeated Huang Fufeng, be it in terms of speed or strength, he far surpassed the 1-star perfected ones. Even the 2-star perfected ones didn't dare to underestimate him. The top 16 were determined. Among them, there were 3 3-star perfected ones, Big Dipper Sex Yang Gang, Boundless Sex Meng Ji, and White Bone Sex Baicang. 7 2-star perfected ones, Fire Cloud Cult Shui Yan, Flying Rainbow Sex Nan Xinyue, Flowing Wind Sex Du Feiyun, Spirit Snake Sex Shidu, Golden Sword sects Wuxia, Red Cloud sects Xia, and Earth Carnage sects Wuxia. 5 1-star perfected ones, Golden Sword sects Xiaofan, Big Dipper sects Shao, Fire Cloud cults Yen Lin, Flowing Wind sects Yu Yuan, and Cloud Ocean sects Su Miaoyun. In addition, there was the half-step perfected ones, Yi Xing. In the top 16, Big Dipper sect, Fire Cloud cult, Flowing Wind sect, and Golden Sword sect each had 2 people. Junior geniuses represented the future of the sect. The more junior geniuses there were, the stronger the sect would be in the future. The future of the Heavenly Dipper sect, Fire Cloud sect, Flowing Wind sect, and Golden Sword sect was very good. In next to no time, the list of battles for the 4th round was announced. Yang Gang against Su Miaoyun, Meng Zhi against Yen Lin, Baicang against Shao, Nan Xinyue against Xia, Mu Xiaoyue against Shidu, Shi Wenxie against Du Yunfei, Shui Yan against Yu Yuan, and Yi Xing against Mu Ziyue. Yi Xing was once again arranged for the final battle. Moreover, his opponent was a 2-star sage, Mu Ziyue. The battle for the top 8 was extremely intense. There were more than 8 enlightened 3 stars and enlightened 2 stars. It could be seen that there would be enlightened 2 stars eliminated in the 4th round of the competition. Soon, the first battle began. Yang Gang vs Su Miaoyun. Su Miaoyun was not a disciple of the 9 great sects. She was lucky enough to make it to the top 16 among Reverend 1-star. Of course, she was no match for Reverend 3-star Yang Gang. The second and third battles were the same. Reverend 3-star against Reverend 1-star. There was no suspense. Yen Lin and Shao were both defeated. Meng Zhi and Baicang advanced to the top 8. When the 4th battle began, the spectating martial artists finally became excited. Nan Xinyue and Xia were both Reverend 2 stars. They were both disciples of the 9 great sects. Moreover, they were also one of the few female geniuses of the younger generation. They were both very beautiful. A battle between 2 beauties, and one of them would be eliminated. Of course, it attracted the attention of the spectators. The 2 of them soon began to fight. The weapons they used were both upper-grade spiritual weapons. Nan Xinyue's weapon was a whip. The whip was like a rainbow. It was 3 feet long, and when it was waved, it looked like rainbows were dancing in the air. Xia's weapon was a sword. The sword light flashed and filled the sky like a red glow. It was dense. Both of them were considered strong among Reverend 2 stars. However, Nan Xinyue was still stronger. The whip was long and suitable for long-range attacks. Xia understood this. However, Nan Xinyue waved the long whip. No matter how hard Xia tried, even if she used her astrology, she could not get close to Nan Xinyue. When Nan Xinyue also used her astrology, Xia was naturally defeated. Nan Xinyue advanced to the top 8. The next battle was between Mu Xiaoyue and Shidu. The spectators were also very interested. When Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step reverend, he had defeated Reverend 1-star many times. The spectators guessed that after he became a Reverend 1-star, he would definitely have the strength to defeat Reverend 2 stars. However, Mu Xiaoyue had just broken through to the astral realm. He had not defeated a Reverend 2 stars yet. Guessing was one thing. Witnessing with one's own eyes was another. Therefore, even though there was no suspense in the outcome of this battle, all the spectators were in high spirits. They wanted to see with their own eyes what level Mu Xiaoyue's strength had reached. In the arena, Mu Xiaoyue's clothes were as white as snow. He carried a sword on his back. His temperament was otherworldly. The air around him moved without wind. It was as if his body was constantly emitting a sharp sword qi. Mu Xiaoyue's expression was normal. He was calm and composed. In front of him, the spiritual snake sect disciple, Shidu, felt the pressure even though he was a 2-star reverend. Shidu took a deep breath and said, it's a pity that pet beasts are not allowed to enter the arena. Otherwise, with my snake controlling skills, the one who will lose will definitely be you. Mu Xiaoyue said indifferently, in front of me, it's the same whether you can control snakes or not. Humph. Arrogant. Shidu snorted and his face turned ashen. At the age of 23, he had broken through to 2-star Reverend and was ranked 7th on the Earth Profound ranking. In the entire True Xian domain, Shidu was a famous genius of the younger generation. When had he ever been looked down upon? But now, he was being looked down upon by Mu Xiaoyue, a rising star who was one level lower than him. How could Shidu not be angry? Shidu raised his hand and a metal flute appeared in his hand. It was an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Usually, when Shidu played the metal flute, it could make a sound that could control snakes. But when he was not controlling snakes, the metal flute was also a powerful weapon. Shidu pressed a switch and a 1-foot-long sword blade suddenly rushed out from the metal flute. It was shining with a cold light. Shidu said, Mu Xiaoyue, even if I don't control snakes, you won't be able to defeat me easily. Mu Xiaoyue raised his hand and the spiritual weapon sword on his back trembled. It flew out and landed in his hand. Pointing the sword at Shidu, Mu Xiaoyue's aura surged like a peerless sword being unsheathed. He said, I only need one sword to defeat you. One sword? Everyone was stunned. Although they knew that Mu Xiaoyue was powerful, a 1-star Reverend against a 2-star Reverend couldn't possibly defeat him with one sword, right? Shidu's eyes revealed a cold light. He said angrily, you've gone too far. Let's see how you'll defeat me with one sword. As he spoke, Shidu used his astrology. A high-grade astrology descended with surging astral power. As he spoke, Shidu had already taken the initiative to attack Mu Xiaoyue. The metal flute blade shot out a bright light like a long spear. It pierced towards Mu Xiaoyue with lightning speed, instantly tearing through the void. Golden light sky-splitting sword. Facing Shidu's attack, Mu Xiaoyue's expression was still calm. Whoosh, Mu Xiaoyue waved the upper-grade spiritual sword in his hand. A golden sword aura instantly shot out and split the void in front of him in half. With a swing of the sword, the heavens and earth shook. The clouds in the sky surged and the sand and stones on the ground flew. The sword aura shot out by the metal flute blade instantly collapsed. As the golden light broke through the sky, Mu Xiaoyue held his sword and moved forward like a flash of sword light. When the golden light disappeared, Mu Xiaoyue had already appeared a few hundred meters behind Shidu. On Shidu's chest, his clothes had been torn in half. A sword wound ran from his right chest to his left shoulder, and fresh blood flowed out. The wound wasn't deep. It was clear that Mu Xiaoyue had held back. Otherwise, with the sharpness of the upper-grade spiritual sword, the power of this sword would have been enough to split Shidu's body in half. There was no longer any anger in Shidu's eyes. There was only fear. Even though Mu Xiaoyue had already put away his sword, he could still feel a sharp aura surrounding him. It was the remnant sword aura. At this moment, there was a burst of gasps. The martial artists watching the battle were shocked. Mu Xiaoyue defeated Shidu with one sword. Moreover, he didn't use his astrology, but he defeated Shidu with one sword. The strength of that sword technique was appalling and terrifying. Although Shidu couldn't control snakes and wasn't considered strong among the 2-stars enlightened masters, he was still a 2-stars enlightened master. Mu Xiaoyue had easily defeated him with one sword. Just how strong was Mu Xiaoyue? All the 2-stars enlightened masters, whether they were seniors or juniors, looked at Mu Xiaoyue with fear. Among the juniors, Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Baicang, and Yi Wenxie's eyes lit up. They were ready to fight Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue's strength had already surpassed the level of a 2-stars enlightened master. He was a threat to the 3 big shots. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. He had a premonition that Mu Xiaoyue might be his strongest opponent. Thank you brothers for your monthly votes. Thank you Tycoon Wu Yuan Buddhist World for your 30,000 coins. In the last half an hour, I will continue to beg for monthly votes. I'm still a little short of the third update. I'm trying my best to write. It will be out in half an hour. What a good activity for a pie in the sky. I'm waiting for you to get a cool phone. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account on WeChat. Chapter 374. Mu Xiaoyue advanced to the top 8. The next battle was between Shi Wuxia and Du Feiyun. Compared to Mu Xiaoyue's battle against Shi Du, Shi Wuxia's battle against Du Feiyun was much less attractive. Shi Wuxia originally had the strength to defeat those of the same level. Recently, it was rumored that Shi Wuxia could even defeat a 3-star enlightened master. As a 2-star enlightened master and ranked 6th on the Earth Profound ranking, Du Feiyun was one rank higher than Shi Du. However, he was obviously not on the same level as Shi Wuxia. Although Shi Wuxia was only ranked 10th on the Earth Profound ranking, that was a ranking from a year ago and could not be used as a basis for strength. After the Young Hero Assembly, the Earth Profound ranking would change immediately. At that time, the Earth Profound ranking would be determined based on the actual battles of the Young Hero Assembly. It would be obvious who was stronger. This battle was not out of the expectations of the crowd. As soon as the battle began, Shi Wuxia crushed Du Feiyun. Even though Du Feiyun had used a high-grade spirit artifact and used his astrology, Shi Wuxia had defeated Du Feiyun in a few moves with only his bare palms. He had not even used his astrology. Shi Wuxia also advanced to the top 8. Shi Wuxia and Du Feiyun retreated and the 7th battle began. Shui Yan and Yu Yuan walked into the arena. Compared to the previous battle, this battle was even less exciting. Shui Yan and Yu Yuan could not challenge those of a higher level in the astral realm. Shui Yan was a 2-star enlightened master while Yu Yuan was a late 1-star enlightened master. Shui Yan easily defeated Yu Yuan and advanced to the top 8. The 4th round of the competition quickly ushered in the last battle. It was also the battle that the crowd was looking forward to the most. Half-step enlightened master Yi Xing versus 2-star enlightened master Mu Ziyue. This battle was very crucial. No matter what the result was, it would be shocking. If Yi Xing won, it would mean that a half-step enlightened being had defeated a 2-star enlightened being. This result was unimaginable to the martial artists. In the history of the true Xian domain, there were only a handful of geniuses with such heaven-defying combat strength. In the past 10,000 years, there were no more than 4. If Mu Ziyue won, then there would be 2 Golden Sword sect disciples in the top 8. Not only that, but these 2 Golden Sword sect disciples were blood brothers. For 2 blood brothers to be ranked in the top 8 of the true Xian domain's junior geniuses, this was a rarely seen event in several thousand years. Therefore, no matter what the result was, it would be a once-in-a-thousand-years event in the true Xian domain. The spectating martial artists were naturally very interested in this battle. Yi Xing and Mu Ziyue both walked into the arena, facing each other from a distance. Both of them looked relaxed and confident. Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art had broken through to the transformation stage and killed 2-star enlightened master Chou Buhong without using any of his trump cards or his astrology. Later on, Yi Xing's dark force had broken through to the minute subtlety realm and the power of his dark spirit spear art had taken another step forward. With Yi Xing's current strength, unless his opponent had the combat strength of a 3-star enlightened being, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. A half-step enlightened being against a 2-star enlightened being. In the eyes of other martial artists, this was an unbelievable matter. It was hard to find a martial artist with such heaven-defying combat strength in several thousand years. However, for Yi Xing, this was nothing. In terms of combat strength, if he used all of his trump cards, even if it was a 3-star enlightened being, Yi Xing was confident that he could kill him. Compared to the two, defeating a 2-star enlightened being was nothing. Although the two of them had relaxed expressions, Mu Ziyue looked at Yixing and felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. In his opinion, Yixing should be nervous in front of him and should be under a lot of pressure. Mu Ziyue's eyes were filled with arrogance. He looked at Yixing with a condescending attitude and said, "Yixing, I have to admit that you are the biggest dark horse in this hero assembly. I also admit that you are a rare genius, especially in the Qingyun region. It is not easy for you to grow to such an extent. But I have to tell you that your glory has come to an end. The top 16 is your final result. There are half-step enlightened beings who can defeat a 2-star enlightened being. My younger brother is one of them, but you are not. All this time, I have been teaching my younger brother the way of the sword. Later on, my younger brother surpassed his master and his swordsmanship surpassed mine. However, my swordsmanship is also very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for my younger brother to be so outstanding. You were lucky enough to see my swordsmanship and be defeated by my sword. This is your honor. Now, feel this honor." As he spoke, a treasured sword appeared in Mu Ziyue's hand. It was a high-grade spirit weapon. In the Qingyun region, high-grade spirit weapons were rare. A low-grade 1-star sect would treat high-grade spirit weapons as their sect's most precious treasure. However, in the 9 great sects, high-grade spirit weapons were also precious treasures. However, there were many more of them. The enlightened beings of the 9 great sects' younger generation all used high-grade spirit weapons. After listening to Mu Ziyue's long speech, Yixing's expression remained the same. He lightly said, "I heard that swordsmen pay attention to cleanliness and nimbleness. Don't you think that you talk too much? No wonder your younger brother surpassed your swordsmanship." At the edge of the martial arena, the indifferent Mu Ziyue listened to Yixing's words and the corners of his mouth slightly rose. He had always felt that his brother talked too much and was not pure enough. Therefore, although his brother's talent was good, his swordsmanship was surpassed by his brother's. In Mu Ziyue's words, Mu Ziyue was proud of Mu Ziyue's swordsmanship surpassing his master. However, when Yixing said that his swordsmanship was surpassed by his younger brother, he felt very unhappy. Mu Ziyue coldly snorted and said, "Although my swordsmanship is not as good as my brother's, it's more than enough to deal with you." As his voice fell, Mu Ziyue's aura exploded. A sharp aura soared into the sky and changed the color of the wind and clouds. Golden sky-splitting sword. Mu Ziyue shouted and waved the high-grade spirit sword in his hand. A golden sword aura slashed out and instantly split the air in half as it charged towards Yixing. Just now, Mu Ziyue had used this move to defeat a 2-star enlightened being. Mu Ziyue was using the same move. This move was the ultimate move of the Golden Sky Sword technique. Mu Ziyue's Golden Sky Sword technique had reached the perfection stage and his swordsmanship was divine. Although Mu Ziyue's swordsmanship was not as good as Mu Xiaoyue's, he had also reached the perfection stage. Moreover, his cultivation was higher than Mu Xiaoyue's and his star aura was stronger. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely terrifying. Even a 2-star enlightened being of the same stage would find it difficult to resist. Flame Aura Fist. Yixing was like a volcano erupting. His hot aura surged out in all directions like a wave as he blasted out a powerful fist. Boom! With a loud explosion, the fist aura and the sword aura collided and energy splattered everywhere. Amidst the explosion, Mu Ziyue took a step forward. The high-grade spirit sword slashed out horizontally and collided with the burning flame gloves. Sparks flew and Yixing's body suddenly shook as he floated back 100 meters. A half-enlightened being was too far away from a 2-star enlightened being. Although Yixing's flame aura fist was only a little bit away from the perfection stage and in terms of power, it was not inferior to the Golden Sky Sword technique at the perfection stage. However, due to the difference in stage, Yixing's star aura was far inferior to Mu Ziyue's. Therefore, he was sent flying by his sword. Most of the warriors watching the battle were on Mu Ziyue's side. They did not believe that Yixing could fight a two-star enlightened being. They had expected that Yixing would be repelled. However, Mu Ziyue frowned as he had a bad feeling about this. The golden sky-splitting sword was not only powerful, it was also very skillful. For instance, when Mu Xiaoyue defeated Shidu, the sword in his hand had passed through his opponent's weapon and left a sword mark on his opponent's body. Mu Ziyue also had this idea a moment ago. But, in the nick of time, Yixing had seen through his sword and blocked his sword with his fist. Thus, this sword had only sent Yixing flying, it hadn't touched Yixing's body. Such an exquisite sword had actually been blocked by Yixing. This was beyond Mu Ziyue's expectations. Yixing's mortal body was formidable. Even after being sent flying 100 meters, he was still safe and sound. Compared to Mu Ziyue's frown, Yixing actually faintly smiled. He said, "Your sword technique is indeed good, but, compared to my spear technique, it is still far worse." As he spoke, the high-grade spirit weapon, the Black Dragon Spear, appeared in Yixing's hands. A two-star enlightened being was not easy to deal with. Yixing would have to bring out some of his true ability. As Yixing's words fell into Mu Ziyue's ears, the latter was immediately enraged. Mu Ziyue disdainfully said, "Far worse than your spear technique? My golden sky sword art has already reached perfection. Could it be that your medium-grade spirit spear technique has already reached perfection?" When a martial art reached the level of spirit martial arts, wanting to reach perfection was harder than ascending to heaven. Mu Ziyue certainly didn't believe that Yixing's medium-grade spirit spear technique had already reached perfection. On the first day of May, double the guaranteed monthly votes. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. I'm waiting for you to get a cool phone. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and immediately participate. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow the official account Dread on WeChat. Chapter 375. It wasn't just Mu Ziyue who didn't believe, but the vast majority of martial artists didn't believe Yixing's words. Spiritual martial arts that ascended to divinity were far too difficult, especially for a medium-grade spiritual martial artist. By relying on their cultivation advantage, a true master might be able to cultivate a medium-grade spiritual martial artist to perfection. But, ascending to divinity in martial arts wasn't something that could be achieved with a cultivation advantage, it also required spiritual comprehension. Only by reaching the fourth level of heart force could one easily cultivate a medium-grade spiritual martial artist to the manifestation boundary. Otherwise, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The fourth level of heart force was not easy to reach. One had to be at least a middle-step true master to comprehend it. If one could comprehend it ahead of time, they would absolutely be a monstrous martial talent. Yixing wasn't a true master yet, so no one believed that he could comprehend heart force to the fourth level. Thus, no one believed that his medium-grade spiritual martial artist had reached the manifestation boundary. With the Black Dragon Spear in hand, Yixing's momentum was like a lonely peak breaking through the heavens. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. He said, "Take my spear." As his words fell, the Black Dragon Spear shot out a jet-black astral light that pierced towards Mu Ziyue. As this spear thrust out, the void behind Yixing suddenly turned dark. Even the clouds in the sky turned pitch black, as if dark clouds were covering the sky, pressing down on Mu Ziyue. The potential of darkness fused into this spear, causing Yixing to be like a son of darkness. As his spear thrust out, the winds and clouds changed color, as if day had turned into night. Outsiders could only see that the darkness originated from Yixing's spear potential pressing down on Mu Ziyue. As for Mu Ziyue, he was directly impacted by this potential of darkness. In his eyes, Yixing's spear had turned pitch black. All that was left in front of him was darkness, he couldn't see anything else. But, Mu Ziyue was well aware that in this darkness, Yixing was thrusting his spear towards him. All of the hairs on his body stood on end as he felt a fatal danger. Mu Ziyue immediately retreated backwards. At the same time, a streak of starlight flew out from between his eyebrows. It was an earthen yellow star. The Earth element's superior astral phase had an extremely high defensive power when it poured down surging Earth element astral energy. Golden Shield Sword. Mu Ziyue instantly displayed a defensive sword technique. A golden sword aura condensed into a single piece, just like a golden shield in front of him. Not only that, this golden sword shield was also covered in a layer of earthen yellow light. This was the power of the astral projection, which increased the defensive power of this attack by several times. Mu Ziyue had just used the golden sword shield when the darkness created by Yixing's spear descended from the sky, enveloping Mu Ziyue. Boom! There was a deafening explosion as the spear collided with the sword shield. Astral light splashed in all directions, and the turbulent airflow was like a wave, instantly rushing in all directions. The intense astral light made it hard for the cultivators to look directly at it. Aside from the sages with 3 stars and above, only a few people clearly saw the changes in the collision. The spear shattered and the sword shield also broke apart. The black dragon spear and Mu Ziyue's high-grade spirit sword fiercely collided. Astral light exploded, covering up the crisp sounds of the spear and sword striking each other. But, from the violent shaking of the high-grade spirit sword and Mu Ziyue's body instantly shooting backwards, it could be seen that in this battle, Yixing had the upper hand. The manifestation boundary dark spirit spear art and the subtle potential of darkness, just how terrifying was its power? Mu Ziyue could only be considered an ordinary 2-star sages, he couldn't be considered at the peak. How could he possibly resist Yixing's spear? In that instant, Mu Ziyue was sent flying back 100 meters. Mu Ziyue's mortal body couldn't compare with Yixing's. After he landed, the impact of the black dragon spear hadn't even been resolved yet. Instead, Mu Ziyue was forced back dozens of steps. Mu Ziyue's body shook and he nearly fell down. Only by stabbing his high-grade spirit sword into the ground did he manage to stabilize himself. Mu Ziyue gasped for breath. His eyes were filled with dread and shock. He never imagined that Yixing's strength would be so formidable. Not only had his medium-grade spirit martial realm reached the manifestation boundary, but his potential of darkness had also reached the subtle boundary. The medium-grade spirit martial realm was the manifestation boundary. This was the boundary that Mu Xiaoyue had reached when he was a half-step true master. By relying on this boundary, Mu Xiaoyue was able to jump ranks and defeat a 2-star true master. Mu Xiaoyue had become a half-step true master at 19 years of age and was able to defeat a 1-star true master. This was why he was hailed as the #1 talent of the true Xian region in the last 1,000 years. But Mu Xiaoyue's true combat strength was on a higher level than the rumors of martial artists. In fact, he was able to defeat a 2-star true master. Not only was he the #1 talent of the true Xian region in the last 1,000 years, but he was also a rare monstrous genius. It was because Mu Ziyue knew Mu Xiaoyue's true combat strength and knew just how talented he was. At this moment, as he saw Yixing, who was only 18 years old, reach the same cultivation and combat strength as Mu Xiaoyue when he was 19 years old, just how shocked was this? In that instant, Mu Ziyue lost all faith in fighting Yixing. Fear filled his heart. Similarly shocked were the surrounding martial artists. A half-step true master with the combat strength of a 2-star true master. In the history of the true Xian region, this was far too rare. Even the master in the attic on the north side of the gladiator arena was shocked and looked at Yixing in a new light. Yixing grasped the black dragon spear and pointed it towards the heavens. He looked at Mu Ziyue from afar and said, "Do you want to receive my next spear?" Yixing hadn't even used his astrology. From this, it could be seen that in that spear strike just now, Yixing hadn't completely revealed his strength. Yixing's true strength was far greater than that spear strike just now. "I admit defeat." Mu Ziyue furrowed his eyebrows, unwilling to admit defeat. The martial artists were in an uproar. They didn't think that Mu Ziyue would directly admit defeat. In their opinion, if Mu Ziyue fought Yi Xing with all his strength, then Yi Xing would have to erupt with an even greater strength. Even if Mu Ziyue couldn't win, he would still be able to probe the limits of Yi Xing's strength. But Mu Ziyue didn't want to do this. There was no need to persist in a battle that he was bound to lose. That would only cause him to lose even more face. Yi Xing put away the black dragon spear. With a faint smile on his face, he walked towards the edge of the martial arena. As for Mu Ziyue, his face was burning hot. He dejectedly left the stage. The final battle of the fourth round had ended. Yi Xing had advanced to the top 8. The top 8 were Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Baizang, Yi Xing, Mu Xiaoyue, Shui Yan, Nan Xinyue, and Yi Xing. 3 3-star True Masters, 3 2-star True Masters, 1 1-star True Master, and 1 half-step True Master. With a half-step True Master cultivation, he had defeated a 2-star True Master and advanced to the top 8. Yi Xing's limelight had nearly overshadowed Mu Xiaoyue's. Every martial artist present was shocked by Yi Xing's strength. Even Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Baizang, the 3 big shots of the Earth Profound Decree, were sizing up Yi Xing. They no longer ignored him, but rather had dignified expressions. First, there was Wuxia, someone who could threaten their status as 3 big shots. Then, there was Mu Xiaoyue. And now, there was Yi Xing. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Baizang didn't believe that Yi Xing, Mu Xiaoyue, and Yi Xing's current strength could surpass theirs. But, with the latter three's combat strength, as long as their cultivation increased, it wouldn't be difficult for them to surpass theirs. On the east side of the arena, Qizhua and Inqiushui of the Sun-Moon sect had dignified expressions. Especially Qizhua, his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Qizhua and Inqiushui were both 3-star True Masters. The two of them had led the genius disciples of the Sun-Moon sect to participate in this young hero assembly. The Sun-Moon sect was also one of the culprits behind the destruction of the Falling Star sect. They had an irreconcilable enmity with Yi Xing. Yi Xing's survival had already shocked Qizhua. Today, seeing that Yi Xing's strength had already reached the level of a 2-star True Master, Qizhua was even more worried and fearful. If Yi Xing grew up, he would definitely be a nightmare for the Sun-Moon sect. Qizhua was very clear that Yi Xing had just broken through to the level of an 8-star martial saint 3 months ago. Now, he was already a half-step True Master. His combat strength wasn't inferior to that of a 2-star True Master. This speed of growth made Qizhua fearful. He had a premonition that if Yi Xing didn't die, it wouldn't take long for him to grow to the point where he could threaten the Sun-Moon sect. Therefore, whether it was Qizhua or Inqiushui, both of their eyes were filled with intense killing intent. This kid will definitely become a great person in the future. He will be able to threaten the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Sun-Moon sect. We can't let him live for long. When the young hero assembly ends, as long as he leaves the inner city, we will kill him. Qizhua and Inqiushui transmitted their voices to each other. The martial artists who were watching the battle, as well as the martial artists from other sects in the Qingyun region, were all stunned. They had a new understanding of Yi Xing. It's really hard to write when I'm at my relative's house on the 1st of May. I can only update once today. I owe 1 chapter. I'm going back to Shenyang tomorrow, but I have to make a trip to the lighthouse in the afternoon. I'm very busy. I won't be able to make up for it tomorrow. I don't know if there will be a talent event on the 3rd. I'll make up for it on the 4th. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. There's a prize for everyone. Follow Dread's official account on WeChat. Chapter 376. In the northern pavilion of the battle arena, a few esteemed lords from the 9 sect alliances were seated. The 9 sect alliances placed great importance on this young hero assembly. All the 9 sects had sent their esteemed lords. The true Xian region was ruled by the 9 sect alliances formed by the 9 sect alliances. However, this didn't mean that the 9 sect alliances were united and monolithic. Where there were people, there would be the underworld. In the underworld, there would be conflicts and grudges. Among the 9 sect alliances, there was competition and cooperation. As the sects had different philosophies, the 3 strongest sects, Tiangang sect, Boundless sect, and White Bone sect, were the leaders. They were divided into 3 camps. Flowing Wind sect and Flying Rainbow sect collaborated with Tiangang sect. Golden Sword sect and Red Cloud sect collaborated with Boundless sect. Fire Cloud cult and Spiritual Snake sect collaborated with White Bone sect. Tiangang sect, Flowing Wind sect, and Flying Rainbow sect walked the righteous path. Their philosophies were to maintain justice and support the righteous path. What they emphasized was helping the world. White Bone sect, Fire Cloud cult, and Spiritual Snake sect walked the unorthodox path. Their philosophies were to seize by force and use any means necessary. What they emphasized was conquering the world. Boundless sect, Golden Sword sect, and Red Cloud sect didn't walk the righteous path or the unorthodox path. They emphasized on taking care of themselves and not helping or conquering the world. Among the top 8, other than Yixing and Wuxia, the other 6 were disciples of the 9 sect alliances. Coincidentally, each camp had 2 disciples. It seemed like the 3 camps were balanced, but that wasn't the case. The happiest ones were the unorthodox sects led by White Bone sect. This was because Earth Carnage sect was also an unorthodox sect. They were in the same camp as White Bone sect, Fire Cloud cult, and Spiritual Snake sect. Including Wuxia, 3 of the top 8 were disciples of the unorthodox path. When this generation of disciples matured, it was obvious that the unorthodox forces would have a great advantage. If there were no accidents, the unorthodox forces of the true Xian region would flourish in less than 20 years. However, there were always accidents. Yixing's sudden rise was an accident. His growth was enough to affect the future of the true Xian region. Whether it was the Heavenly Dipper sect's camp or the Boundless sect's camp, if they could rope in Yixing, then they would be able to contend against the White Bone Gates camp. Especially in the camp led by the Boundless sect. They had a heaven-defying genius like Mu Xiaoyue. If they also had Yixing, then 20 years later, they might be able to suppress the corrupt camp and become the strongest faction in the true Xian region. Esteemed Master Wu Yu of the Heavenly Dipper sect and Esteemed Master Wu Ji of the Boundless sect were both thinking of ways to rope Yixing into their own factions or even their own sections. Yixing was a disciple of Thean inferior 1-star sect in the Qingyun area. According to the 9 sect alliances, the Falling Star sect had already been destroyed 3 months ago. Therefore, Esteemed Master Wu Yu and Esteemed Master Wu Ji both believed that it would not be a problem to rope in Yixing. Esteemed Master Wu Yu and Esteemed Master Wu Ji both understood that the key was that they were not the only ones who wanted to rope in Yixing. How could they make Yixing choose their side? Although they both wanted to rope in Yixing, Esteemed Master Wu Yu and Esteemed Master Wu Ji did not show any change in their expressions. They only secretly communicated with the esteemed masters of the same camp. Esteemed Master Chen Feng of the Flowing Wind sect and Esteemed Master Qing Hong of the Flying Rainbow sect both agreed with Esteemed Master Wu Yu's suggestion. They also expressed that they could give Yixing the benefits of an extreme-grade spiritual martial art. If Yixing agreed to join their sects, they were even willing to pass on an extreme-grade spiritual martial art inheritance to Yixing. On Esteemed Master Wu Ji's side, Esteemed Master Zixia of the Red Cloud sect also agreed to rope in Yixing immediately. However, Esteemed Master Jianjue of the Golden Sword sect was not interested. Esteemed Master Jianjue communicated with Esteemed Master Wu Ji and Esteemed Master Zixia. Ordinary geniuses can influence the situation of the world with their numbers. The true top geniuses can lead and influence the situation of the world by themselves. In the true Xian region, our disciple Muxiaoyue is a top genius who can influence the situation of the true Xian region by himself. As long as Muxiaoyue grows up, he will definitely belong to our camp in the future. Esteemed Master Wuji also communicated with esteemed Master Wuji. Yixing's potential is not ordinary. If we don't use him, he will definitely be used by others. Therefore, let's try to rope him in. Because the Boundless sect already had a monstrous genius like Muxiaoyue, their determination to rope in Yixing was not as strong as the Big Dipper sect's camp. Esteemed Withered Bone of the White Bone sect also wanted to rope in Yixing. The younger generation of their Evil Path camp was very strong. They occupied 3 of the top 8 spots. If they could rope in Yixing, they would occupy half of the top 8 spots. In this way, the Evil Path camp would definitely become the strongest camp in the true Xian region in the future. Esteemed Master Wuyu, esteemed Master Wuji, and esteemed Withered Bone were the leaders of the 3 camps present. They looked at each other and did not speak. However, from their gazes, they could see through each other's thoughts. They smiled slightly and revealed looks of confidence. After the top 8 had been determined, there was no rush to proceed to the 5th round of the competition. Instead, the 8 people who had been eliminated in the 4th round would duel to determine the 1st and 2nd to enter the top 10. When the 9th and 10th places were determined, the referee announced the names of the top 8 duels in the 5th round. First round, Yang Gang vs Nan Xinyue. Second round, Meng Zhi vs Wuxia. Third round, Baicang vs Mu Xiaoyue. Fourth round, Shui Yan vs Yixing. When the names were announced, the martial artists around the fighting arena were in an uproar. The names of the duels in the 5th round were beyond the expectations of the martial artists. In the eyes of the martial artists, since Wuxia could challenge those at a higher level, he should at least have the strength of a 3-star venerable. In this round, Wuxia and the 3 younger generations of 3-star venerables should be considered as the seeded contestants and be divided into 4 duels. However, the arrangement of the 9 sect alliances was to have Meng Zhi vs Wuxia. The martial artists felt that it was unreasonable. Meng Zhi was a 3-star venerable, and Wuxia's strength was also equivalent to that of a 3-star venerable. In this round, one of them would definitely be eliminated. However, in this round, the duel between Shui Yan and Yixing would definitely result in one of them entering the top 4. One was a 2-star venerable who did not have the strength to challenge those at a higher level, while the other was a half-step venerable who was at the peak of a 2-star venerable. In the eyes of the martial artists, no matter who won between Yixing and Shui Yan, they would not be able to compare to either Meng Zhi or Wuxia. The Young Hero Assembly this time was organized by the 9 sect alliances, and the rewards were also provided by the 9 sect alliances. The list of duels for this round was arranged by the 9 sect alliances. Therefore, no matter how unreasonable the spectators thought it would not affect the change of the duel list. Some martial artists expressed their dissatisfaction and shouted that there was a conspiracy behind this round of competition. However, as long as one had a brain, they would not think so. This was a competition organized by the 9 sect alliances. Even if there was a conspiracy, it would only be to protect the disciples of the 9 high sects. However, was there such an intention in this round of competition? No. In the duel between Wuxia and Meng Zhi, there was a risk that Meng Zhi would lose. However, if another 2-star venerable was arranged for Meng Zhi, he would definitely win. In the duel between Yixing and Shui Yan, Yixing had a high chance of winning. However, if Yixing's opponent was one of the 3-star venerables, no martial artist believed that Yixing would win. In these 2 duels, Wuxia and Yixing should have gained the most benefits. Since it was not the disciples of the 9 high sects who had gained the benefits, how could there be a conspiracy? Would the 9 sect alliances deliberately suppress the disciples of the 9 high sects? This was impossible. The only possibility was that the 9 sect alliances had their own reasons for making such arrangements. When the Reverend Judge saw that the martial artists in the audience were dissatisfied with the duel arrangement, he said loudly, the duel arrangement for this round was decided by the 9 venerables. There is no room for disagreement or change. Now, the first duel begins. Yang Gang, Nan Xinyue, come up. The venerables were definitely taboo existences in the true Xian domain. They stood at the peak of martial arts in the true Xian domain, and the rest of the martial artists could only look up to them. On the spectator stand, the uproar among the martial artists immediately stopped. Since it was a decision made by the 9 venerables of the 9 sect alliances, it was naturally not something they could object to. Even among the younger generation of martial artists, there were many who felt that this arrangement was inappropriate. However, since it was a decision made by the 9 venerables, no one dared to object. Anyway, gold would always shine. The further one progressed, the stronger the opponent would be. Even if one was lucky enough to encounter a weaker opponent and win one duel, he would definitely encounter a stronger opponent in the next duel. The reward for the top 10 wasn't just one reward per rank. Instead, it was one reward per rank, 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 and one reward per rank. Therefore, it was useless even if one was lucky enough to enter the top 4. If one's strength was not enough, he could only be ranked 4th, and the rewards he would receive would be no different from the 5th or 6th rank. Calculate the debt. I owe 1 chapter on the 1st, 2 chapters on the 2nd, and 3 chapters on the 3rd, so I owe a total of 5 chapters for the month of May. In addition, I still owe 5 chapters for the month of April. I will pay back the chapters 1 as soon as possible. Some readers are slandering me for not paying back the chapters 1 during the new year just because I owe more chapters. This is wrong. On the 17th of April, chapter 341, the outbreak of the Great War, I have already paid back all the chapters 1 previously. In addition, on the 20th of April, I have already added chapters, and I did not count the additional chapters as an outbreak. Again, I will pay back what I owe. I will not accept malicious slander. This is a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. There will be a prize for everyone. Follow Dread's official account on WeChat now. Chapter 377. As a 3-star enlightened master, the result of the battle between Yang Gang and Nan Xinyue was obvious. Even though Nan Xinyue's strength was at the peak of the 2-star enlightened masters, she could not withstand one attack from Yang Gang's condensing palm when using her astrology. Yang Gang's performance had made all the spectating warriors believe that no one could shake his first place on the Earth Xian ranking list. Yang Gang and Nan Xinyue were both disciples of the orthodox sections. Nan Xinyue was not angry that she had lost to Yang Gang. The two smiled at each other and left the arena. Yang Gang's black robe fluttered in the wind. He had the temperament of an elite warrior who had reached the peak. He glanced at the other junior geniuses calmly and was full of confidence. The second battle began immediately. Meng Ji and Wuxia arrived at the arena at the same time. The martial artists observing the battle all perked up their spirits, paying full attention to the battle. This was a peak battle. One was a 3-star enlightened master and the other had the battle strength of a 3-star enlightened master. The two were at the same level. Who was stronger and who was weaker? It was hard to tell at the moment. Because it was hard to tell, it attracted the attention of the spectating warriors. They all opened their eyes wide and focused on this battle. Meng Ji and Wuxia belonged to different factions. Their relationship was not as friendly as Yang Gang and Nan Xinyue. As soon as the two entered the arena, their auras were at odds with each other and filled with the smell of gunpowder. Meng Ji came from the Boundless sect, one of the 3 strongest sects among the 9 upper sects. He had a sense of arrogance. Even if his opponent was the famous Wuxia, Meng Ji still had a proud expression on his face. On Wuxia's face, there was a trace of an evil smile. He was not serious and did not seem to be pressured by Meng Ji. The two raised their hands and their weapons appeared in their hands. Shi Wenxia's weapon was a giant black sword, and Meng Ji's weapon was a long green blade. Both were upper spiritual weapons. Breaking sea blade technique. Multiple mountain sword technique. The two did not waste any time. Their auras were at odds with each other. After staring at each other fiercely for a while, they both unleashed their upper spiritual weapons and attacked each other. Bang 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 bang, the saber and sword clashed, sparks flew, and astral light shot in all directions. Waves of energy surged to the sky. Meng Ji's saber force was like the sea, surging and boundless. Every saber strike was earth-shattering. Shi Wenxia's sword aura was as heavy as a mountain. Every time he swung his sword, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. This was a battle between two powerful warriors. As the saber and sword clashed, the sound waves shook the sky. Some of the Star Vortex Realm warriors on the spectator stand felt an unbearable pain in their eardrums after being hit by the sound waves. The exchange between the two was fast and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Meng Ji, Meng Chen's Qi, Meng's master to the level martial, Meng. As for Meng Ji, he stepped back repeatedly. There was an expression of shock in his eyes. Although he had heard that Shi Wenxia possessed the strength of a 3-star reverend, it was, after all, only hearsay. Before fighting, Meng Ji did not believe that Shi Wenxia would be a match for him. Martial battle was martial. After a dozen moves, Shi Wenxia stopped attacking and laughed. Meng Ji, you are not as strong as I expected. Ha ha ha. There is no need to waste any more time. Unleash your astrology. Let's decide the winner soon. Meng Ji's face turned pale. He had to admit that if he did not use his astrology, he would not be Shi Wenxia's opponent. Meng Ji said, all right. I will show you my peak strength. Whoosh, a ray of starlight shot out from between Meng Ji's eyebrows. Instantly, it turned into a giant star and floated in the sky. Above the star, there was a vast ocean that emitted strong star energy. It was a upper-level astrology. Shi Wenxia unleashed his astrology at the same time. Above the star, there were giant stone mountains. The strength of the star energy was not weaker than Meng Ji's astrology. Shi Wenxia's mountain aura had reached an extremely high level. The power contained in his astrology was also related to the mountain aura. The two complemented each other and unleashed a terrifying power. The giant black sword danced. Star energy surged like the shadow of a mountain. As Shi Wenxia attacked Meng Ji, he shouted, multiple mountains break the sky. Lose for me. Shi Wenxia's multiple mountains swordsmanship had exceeded the initial level. Combined with the power of the astrology and the mountain aura, its power was terrifying. With a wave of the giant black sword, the void cracked. Strong winds rose and formed a tornado that rushed into the sky. It stirred up the wind and clouds. It looked as if the sky and earth had become one. Meng Ji's pressure multiplied. However, at this moment, under the eyes of thousands of people, he could not retreat in front of Shi Wenxia. He used the sea aura. Surging water-type star energy poured down. He unleashed the initial level sea-breaking saber technique and slashed forward. Splitting sea-breaking waves. The power of the two's attack was too terrifying. The saber light and the sword shadow had disappeared. Only two dazzling balls of energy were left. They collided fiercely. Then, there was an explosion. Boom, the sound of the explosion shook the heavens. The terrifying energy splashed in all directions, setting off a layer of horrifying airwaves. In an instant, the airwaves spread in all directions and rushed toward the spectator stands. In the fighting arena, a transparent light shield suddenly appeared and shrouded the fighting arena. This caused the terrifying airwaves to be confined within the fighting arena. Otherwise, those celestial vortex realm warriors would have been seriously injured under the impact of the terrifying airwaves. As for the young geniuses at the edge of the arena, they were directly hit by the terrifying shockwave. However, all of the young geniuses who were still in the arena were at the level of a 2-star sage. Their protective chi blocked the shockwave. Ordinary warriors could only see the collision of the two dazzling balls of energy. However, some powerful martialists, as well as some martialists with amazing eyesight, saw that Meng Zhi's body had shot backwards at the same time the astral light exploded. It was obvious that he had been defeated in this collision. After a full 3 breaths, the terrifying airwaves calmed down and the dazzling airwaves disappeared. Wuxia held the huge black sword in his hand and stood still. Meng Zhi, on the other hand, was already a few hundred meters away. He half knelt on the ground and used the saber in his hand to support his trembling body. A series of gasps could be heard. The warriors were shocked. They had only heard that Wuxia could fight above his level. Now, they were witnessing it with their own eyes. Hearing this news was not as terrifying as witnessing it with their own eyes. Wuxia held the huge black sword in his right hand and placed it on his shoulder. He pointed at Meng Zhi with his left hand and shouted, "Meng Zhi, you have lost." In the spectator stands, many warriors cheered. To ordinary warriors, they were happy to see a genius who could fight above his level. At the edge of the fighting arena, Yang Gang's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Wuxia had defeated Meng Zhi, which was enough to threaten his position as number 1 on the Earth Profound ranking. As for the other 3-star true master, Baizang, he frowned slightly. His strength was not much different from Meng Zhi's. Even if he were to face Wuxia, he would most likely lose. Although they were both disciples of the evil path, Baizang was not willing to see Wuxia surpass him. In the pavilion, the 9 venerables had different expressions. The one with the worst expression was none other than the Boundless Sect's Venerable Wuji. Meng Zhi was a disciple of the Boundless Sect that he had personally taught. At the age of 24, he was already a 3-star true master. His future achievements would be great. With the 7-star Yellow Fate Heavenly Mandate, he would definitely become a venerable. If he had the opportunity, he might even surpass Venerable Wuji. In the Boundless Sect, Meng Zhi was the number 1 genius in over 100 years. However, he could not even enter the top 4 in the Young Hero Assembly. Venerable Wuji was naturally disappointed. In contrast to Venerable Wuji's ugly expression, Venerable Withered Bone of the White Bone Sect, Venerable Huoli of the Fire Cloud Sect, and Venerable Sky Snake of the Spiritual Snake Sect were all smiling. As the representative of the evil path, their disciple Wuxia had defeated the Boundless Sect's Meng Zhi. This was naturally something to be happy about. Venerable Withered Bone gloated, "Venerable Wuji, the younger generation of the Boundless Sect is not good enough. The Boundless Sect is one of the 3 strongest sects, but their disciples can't even enter the top 4. Hee hee." Venerable Sky Snake also chuckled. Wuxia won this round, and Baizang won the next round. In this year's competition, our Evil Path's disciples will occupy half of the top 4. It's not just half. Venerable Huoli waved his hand to interrupt Venerable Sky Snake. My sect's disciple Shui Yan is invincible below the 3-star true master level. Yixing is definitely not his match. The Evil Path's disciples will occupy 3 of the top 4. Yesterday, he owed another chapter. He owed a total of 6 chapters in May. Today, he began to make up for it. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Gdred, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Gdred's official account on WeChat. Chapter 378. Wishful Thinking. Golden Sword Sect's Venerable Sword Ju coldly said, the winner of the next battle will definitely be my golden sword sect's disciple, Mu Xiaoyue. It's simply daydreaming for the evil path's disciples to obtain 3 of the top 4. Scarlet Cloud sect's venerable Wuxia said, Yixing's strength is obvious to all. Shui Yan will most likely lose against him. It's also impossible for the evil path's disciples to obtain half of the top 4. Venerable Dried Bones indifferently glanced at Venerable Sword Ju and said, Mu Xiaoyue has just become a 1-star enlightened master. Can he defeat 3-star enlightened master? Mu Xiaoyue is indeed very strong, but he can at most last a few moves against 3-star enlightened. It's impossible for him to defeat Baicang. Although Yixing's performance was heaven-defying, Venerable Huoli naturally wouldn't boost the morale of others and diminish his own prestige. He said, Shui Yan will definitely defeat Yixing. Just wait and see. Venerable Wuyu of Big Dipper sect raised his hand and stopped the argument. He said, Baicang and Mu Xiaoyue have already entered the arena. Before long, Yixing and Shui Yan's battle will also be decided. What's the point of arguing here? The result will depend on the performance of the younger generation. Venerable Wuyu, Venerable Chen Feng, and Venerable Qing Hong all looked at the arena. They also didn't want the evil path's disciples to be too strong. They hoped that Venerable Sword Ju's words were true and that Mu Xiaoyue would be able to defeat Baicang. In the arena, Mu Xiaoyue and Baicang stood facing each other. Both of their white robes fluttered in the wind, but their temperaments were as different as heaven and earth. Mu Xiaoyue's temperament was otherworldly. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He looked like a person from a painting. As for Baicang, although he was wearing white robes, there were a few white skeletons on his robes that destroyed the pure white image and emitted an evil aura. Baicang raised his hand and a white scepter appeared in his hand. Mu Xiaoyue, everyone says that you are the #1 genius of the true Xian region in the last 1,000 years. You are indeed very outstanding, and in the future, you might even surpass me. But now, in front of me, Baicang, you will undoubtedly lose. Mu Xiaoyue calmly looked at Baicang and said, if I want to surpass you, why would I need to wait for the future? I can do it now. Baicang's face turned cold. He snorted softly and said, you're only a 1-star sage and you want to defeat me? I don't believe you have such strength. Mu Xiaoyue's expression remained calm as he said, once my sword is unsheathed, it must see blood. To deal with you, a single sword is enough. 1 sword strike? Mu Xiaoyue had defeated Shidu with a single sword strike. Now, his opponent had changed to 3-star sage Baicang, and it was still a single sword strike? In an instant, countless exclamations and even an uproar came from the spectator stands. It was already very difficult for a Star Realm sage to have outstanding battle strength in the same realm. To be able to contend with a sage 1 realm higher was already an incredible genius. To be able to defeat a sage 1 realm higher was already a monstrous genius that appeared once in 1,000 years. To be able to defeat an opponent 2 realms higher in the Star Realm, that was even more rare in 1,000 years. Monstrous geniuses that appeared once in 1,000 years. First, there was Mu Xiaoyue, then there was Wuxia, and then there was Yixing, a half-step sage who could defeat a 2-star sage. Now, in the ranks of geniuses, was Mu Xiaoyue going to take another step forward and become a rare genius like Yixing? It was extremely rare for such a monstrous genius to appear. Even after thousands of years of accumulation, it was hard to find one. How could they appear one after another? The martial artists were in disbelief. Baicang was even more in disbelief. He thought that Mu Xiaoyue was insulting him, so he angrily shouted, arrogant. Mu Xiaoyue casually raised his hand, and the sword on his back flew out of the scabbard and landed in his hand. He said, if I can't defeat you with 1 strike, then I'll consider this battle my loss. Mu Xiaoyue's calm tone shocked all the martial artists. Could it be that Mu Xiaoyue was not bluffing? Yixing's eyes flashed. He was one of the martial artists who believed in Mu Xiaoyue's strength the most. He knew that Mu Xiaoyue was not bluffing, but he was still shocked by Mu Xiaoyue's strength. Even Yang Gang, who was at the peak of the third stage of the Star Realm, could not defeat Baicang in one strike. Baicang also sensed that something was wrong from Mu Xiaoyue's tone. His face turned grim, and a terrifying aura burst out from him. Dazzling light burst out from the white scepter. Whoosh! A streak of starlight rushed out from between Baicang's eyebrows and turned into a huge yellow star. It was a high-grade Earth-attributed star. The Earth-attributed star power fell, making Baicang's aura even more powerful. The light from the white scepter became even more dazzling. "Take my move, mountain-shaking tiger!" Baicang roared. The white scepter in his hand turned into a dazzling light, and he struck at Mu Xiaoyue with it. Upper-grade spiritual martial art, bone-shattering staff art, mountain-shaking tiger. The bone-shattering staff art focused on the power of vibration. When the staff hit the body, it might not look like anything on the outside, but the bones inside the body would be shattered. When it was cultivated to the highest level, one strike was enough to shatter all the rocks inside a mountain. It was a very fierce and domineering martial art. Baicang's earth force had reached a very high level. It had the power to shake the earth, which made the bone-shattering staff art extremely powerful. When the staff hit, the dazzling light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Within the light, there was the shadow of a huge mountain and a fierce tiger that shook the heavens and earth. Some martial artists were intimidated by Baicang's aura and could not help but shrink their necks. They were shocked. If they were to face Baicang's mountain-shaking tiger, they would be smashed into meat paste. Although many martial artists were shocked, none of them blinked. Baicang's attack was so terrifying. They all wanted to see how Mu Xiaoyue would defend against it. Facing such a terrifying attack, could Mu Xiaoyue defeat Baicang with one strike? Most of the martial artists were doubtful. Just as Baicang made his move, a ray of golden starlight shot out from between Mu Xiaoyue's eyebrows. He had also used the astrology. The golden starlight turned into a huge golden star that emitted dazzling golden light and revealed an extremely sharp presence. When all the martial artists saw Mu Xiaoyue's astrology, their pupils could not help but shrink. They found it dazzling and difficult to look at it directly. As he used the astrology, Mu Xiaoyue shouted and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand, Golden Light Drizzle Sword. The Golden Light Drizzle Sword was one of the killing moves of the Golden Light Sword art. As the sword light flashed, it instantly turned into a sky full of golden light. Mu Xiaoyue's figure disappeared at this moment. What was left was a sky full of golden sword light that was like a drizzle. The sword light that was like a drizzle was connected with the aura of the golden astrology. It had an extremely sharp and terrifying presence. At this moment, the space in all directions was cut into pieces. Moreover, because the power of this move was too strong, even the formations and restrictions of the arena were affected. A transparent light barrier appeared and enveloped the arena. One could see that when the countless drizzling sword light collided with the light shield, it created countless ripples. As soon as Mu Xiaoyue used this move, everything within 1,000 meters would be destroyed by the sword light, including Baicang's dazzling sword light and the shadow of the tiger. Instantly, there was an ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart. Under the attack of the golden light, Baicang's move, Knock on the Mountain, Scare the Tiger, was cut into pieces by the drizzle sword light in the blink of an eye. Although the golden light sword art was only a middle spiritual martial art, Mu Xiaoyue had trained it to the transformation stage. Compared to Baicang's initial stage bone-shattering staff technique, it was more powerful. Moreover, Mu Xiaoyue's gold force had reached the subtle stage. It was far beyond Baicang's earth force. In terms of martial arts and force, Mu Xiaoyue completely suppressed Baicang. Even if there was a difference of 2 stages between them, Baicang could not block Mu Xiaoyue's move. In the blink of an eye, the drizzling sword light disappeared. Everything in the arena calmed down. Mu Xiaoyue had already appeared a few hundred meters behind Baizang. The spiritual weapon sword in his hand was pointed diagonally to the ground. It shone brightly like the moonlight. He still had that otherworldly temperament, like a person from a painting. However, Baizang was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered and hung on his body. There were cracks everywhere. There was even a sword mark on his chest that had cut open his flesh. Blood was gushing out. He was injured. The spectator stands were silent. Mu Xiaoyue had defeated Baizang with one move. All the warriors were dumbfounded. They even forgot to take a deep breath. This is a good event for free. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and join now. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account now. Chapter 379. First it was Meng Ji, then it was Baizang. The two 3-star venerables had both been defeated in this round of competition. Neither of them were able to enter the top 4. This result was something that the spectating martial artists had never expected. After a full 2 breaths of time, the crowd of cultivators finally recovered from their stupefied shock. Gasps and cries of surprise rang out one after another. A 1-star venerable defeating a 3-star venerable in one strike. This was too shocking. Even Wuxia, who was a 2-star venerable, had the battle strength to challenge those of a higher level. However, when he fought with Meng Ji, he only fought to test the waters before defeating Meng Ji. This meant that Wuxia did not have the confidence to defeat Meng Ji in one strike. However, before the battle, Mu Xiaoyue had already stated that he wanted to defeat Baizang in one strike. Otherwise, he would lose. It could be seen that Mu Xiaoyue was very confident in this battle. Moreover, Wuxia had fought with a gap of 1 level, while Mu Xiaoyue had fought with a gap of 2 levels. This was even more shocking. Comparing the two, Mu Xiaoyue's glory had obviously overshadowed Wuxia's. Many of the spectators even began to wonder if Yang Gang, who was first on the Earth Profound ranking, was a match for Mu Xiaoyue. Without a doubt, Mu Xiaoyue's victory over Baizang had won the admiration of all the spectators. Perhaps there were still many who thought that Mu Xiaoyue might not be a match for Yang Gang. However, one thing was certain. Mu Xiaoyue's fame had already overshadowed all the younger generation cultivators. Even Yang Gang, who was first on the Earth Profound ranking, could not compare to him in this aspect. After all, Yang Gang's strength was only due to his high cultivation, not his battle strength. His reputation could not be compared to Mu Xiaoyue's fame of defeating opponents 2 levels above him. Only Yixing, who could also fight with opponents 2 levels above him, could compare to Mu Xiaoyue's fame. However, Yixing was only a half-step venerable master. Under the circumstances of the same level of battle strength, the difference of 1 level was obviously inferior. In the pavilion, Master Dried Bone's face was very ugly. Just now, he had refuted Master Jianjue, believing that Baizang would definitely defeat Mu Xiaoyue. However, reality had given him a big slap in the face. Mu Xiaoyue's battle strength was far stronger than he had imagined. A genius who could defeat opponents 2 levels above him in the astral realm was not only a genius that appeared once in 1,000 years, he was simply a monster that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Regardless of whether it was Tianming or not, his ability to fight beyond his level was definitely top-notch in the entire astral continent. It was extremely rare. Sword Ju's mood was the complete opposite of Withered Bones. Master Dried Bone, don't blame your White Bone sect's disciples for being disappointing. It's just that my sect's disciple, Mu Xiaoyue, is far too talented. Right now, each of our 3 camps has 1 person in the top 4. This is a kind of balance. Master Huoli coldly snorted and said, don't be happy too early. Once my sect's disciple Shui Yan defeats Yixing, our Corrupt Path's disciples will occupy half of the top 4. Guru Zixia lightly smiled and said, Guru Huoli, don't be happy too early. In my opinion, the winner of the next battle will most likely be Yixing. Master Xiaofan gloated, if the winner of the next battle is Yixing, hehe, the White Bone Sect, Fire Cloud Cult, and Spirit Snake Sect won't have a single disciple in the top 4. The Corrupt Paths camp will still have to rely on the Earth Fiend Sect to keep up appearances. Aside from the 3 Corrupt Paths esteemed masters, the other esteemed masters all lightly laughed. Master Xiaofan was right. Although Wuxia was a Corrupt Paths disciple, he wasn't a disciple of the 9 high sections. If Shui Yan lost, the 3 high sects of the Corrupt Path wouldn't have a single disciple in the top 4. Although the Earth Fiend sect was a Corrupt Path sect, it was only a 1-star sect. It couldn't be considered the Corrupt Path's representative in the true Xian region. The White Bone sect, Fire Cloud Cult, and Spirit Snake sect were the true representatives of the Corrupt Path. The 3 high sects of the Corrupt Path didn't have a single disciple in the top 4. They had to rely on the Earth Fiend sect's disciple to occupy one of the top 4 spots. This wasn't a matter of gaining face, it was a loss of face. The only chance for the 3 high sects of the Corrupt Path to regain face was for Shui Yan to defeat Yixing in the 4th battle. That way, not only would they regain face, but they would also gain face. At that time, half of the top 4 would be Corrupt Path's disciples. It would be enough for the 3 Corrupt Path's esteemed masters to show off and lose face for the other 6 esteemed masters. In the martial arena, Yixing and Shui Yan had already gone up. Compared to Meng Zhi's battle against Wuxia, Baicang's battle against Mu Xiaoyue, this battle was much less attractive. That was because no matter who won and advanced to the top 4, they wouldn't be able to compare to Meng Zhi and Baicang, who had been eliminated in the first 2 battles. However, this battle was still a battle between a half-step enlightened master and a 2-star enlightened master. It was also a battle that was 2 realms higher. Furthermore, there was a huge gap between the half-step enlightened master and the astral dipper realm. Many cultivators were still paying attention to it. Under everyone's gazes, Yixing's expression was indifferent. In this aspect, he was somewhat similar to Mu Xiaoyue. They were both filled with confidence and calm. As for Shui Yan, he was a bit more solemn. In the past, outside of the Astral Dipper auction house, Shui Yan didn't attack Yixing because he was worried about the strength of the silver-winged demon eagle. But at that time, Shui Yan didn't place Yixing in his eyes. He said that if they met at the Young Hero Assembly, he wouldn't forgive Yixing. And now, Yixing and Shui Yan really did meet at the Young Hero Assembly. But, Yixing's performance in the previous battles caused Shui Yan to lose all contempt towards Yixing. Although Mu Ziyue couldn't be considered a top-class enlightened master amongst the 2-star enlightened masters, he still wasn't weak. Shui Yan asked himself if he didn't use his astrology to defeat Mu Ziyue. Yixing took out the black dragon spear and pointed it towards the heavens. His aura instantly became sharp, like an unreachable peak that pierced through the heavens. Winds and clouds parting to both sides. Yixing's eyes locked onto Shui Yan. He lightly said, "Before we fight, you should use your astrology first. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Although Shui Yan no longer looked down on Yixing, that didn't mean he feared him. He said, "Yixing, although your combat strength is amazing, don't be too arrogant. If you don't use your astrology, why should I?" The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up as he said, "Are you sure?" Shui Yan frowned. Yixing's tone left him in a bad mood. At the same time, he also felt a bit of pressure. His feelings towards Yixing were similar to Mu Xiaoyue's. This was what made him feel pressured. Because of this pressure, Shui Yan's confidence began to waver. In order to make sure, Shui Yan changed his mind. "Alright, I want to see just how long you can last if I use my astrology." Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Shui Yan's eyebrows, turning into a blazing star that floated in the air. The blazing star shined with a blinding light. It was extremely hot, emitting wave after wave of heat. The blazing aura crashed into Yixing's body. Like a clay ox entering the sea, it disappeared without a trace. Yixing's expression was as calm as ever. Yixing's grand aura of fire had reached the minute's subtlety boundary. Moreover, he had the stellar fire seed within his body. What he feared the least was fire attribute attacks. Shuehua's blazing aura had no effect on Yixing at all. Yixing's expression remained indifferent. He said, "Take my move, Dark Spirit Spear." In this battle, Yixing wanted to end it quickly. He wasn't afraid of exposing his strength and entering the top 4. The other 3 opponents were all extremely formidable existences amongst the 3 stars. No matter how strong he exposed his strength, it wouldn't threaten them. Thus, as soon as Yixing attacked, he used the Dark Spirit Spear's ultimate move, an all-out strike. In an instant, Yixing used the Grand Aura of Wind, Grand Aura of Fire, and Grand Aura of Darkness. The Dark Spirit Spear was the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear arts. Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear arts had already reached the perfection boundary. His spear technique was like a god, and its might was terrifying. The 3 grand auras of heaven and earth were all at the minute's subtlety boundary. When they were fused into the Dark Spirit Spear, it caused the might of the spear to reach a terrifying degree. As the spear thrust out, the wind howled and shadows appeared. Moreover, it was covered with a layer of fire aura. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged in the sky. The wind blades on the ground were like sabers. Darkness spread through the sky and flames surged forward, wanting to drown out everything in front of it. At this time, a dark spear shadow that carried a blazing light pierced through the void like lightning, instantly arriving in front of Shueyan. Shueyan faced Yixing's spear attack head-on. Affected by the 3 grand auras of heaven and earth, his field of vision was filled with wind, flames, and darkness. There was also a faint spear shadow, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Blazing flame palm. Shueyan shouted loudly. His strength erupted to the limit. Both palms struck out repeatedly, and dense flaming palm prints slammed forward. Supplement May 1st update, trying hard to find the right state. Weekly begging for 1 monthly vote. Chapter 380. Shueyan's cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd level of the astral realm. His medium-grade spirit martial art, Raging Flame Palm, had already been cultivated to small success. At this moment, Shueyan was using the flame astral aspect. Endless flame star force fell down, causing the might of the Raging Flame Palm to multiply. Flame palms filled with strength and carried with them an incomparably hot aura. Before the astral palms arrived, the fierce wind was like a wave that rushed forwards. In an instant, layers upon layers of flame palms ruthlessly collided with Yixing's spear finger. In the eyes of the martial artists present, Yixing was only a half-step true sage. The difference between him and Shueyan was too great. But Shueyan's martial attainments, comprehension of the world's aura, and astral essence were far superior to Yixing's. Without using the astral aspect, it was impossible for Yixing to be Shueyan's match. In this exchange, Shueyan would definitely have the advantage and Yixing would suffer a loss. However, the reality was beyond the expectations of the martial artists present. How could they have known that Yixing's move contained the world's aura of 3 different worlds? It was inconceivably powerful. Normally, only a high-level astral realm martial artist could reach the minute's subtlety of the world. To reach the minute's subtlety of 3 different worlds wasn't easy at all. Only the 9 high masters in the pavilion were moved at this moment. They had all comprehended at least one of the minute's subtlety of the world's aura, and could feel the minute's subtlety of Yixing's move. Peng 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 peng. With a series of explosive sounds, the black dragon spear thrust forwards with unstoppable momentum. All of the flame palms were shattered. The spear point flashed with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Shueyan's throat. Shueyan was shocked, revealing a look of horror. His body shot backwards like an arrow. However, Yixing wasn't any slower than Shui Yan. He took a step forwards, the black dragon spear thrusting towards Shui Yan's throat. Shui Yan simply had no time to dodge, he could only retreat. In a single breath of time, Shui Yan had already retreated to the edge of the martial arena. Bang! A light shield of array formation appeared, and Shui Yan slammed heavily into the light shield. His body immediately stopped. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The black dragon spear's spear point also paused at this moment. The spear point pressed against Shui Yan's throat. That sharp aura made Shui Yan feel as if a needle was stuck in his throat, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. His gasps could be heard all around the fighting arena. Yixing was able to control the tip of the spear to pierce Shui Yan's throat, leaving Shui Yan no time to dodge to the side. This was enough to prove that this was not Yixing's maximum speed. If Yixing was moving at top speed, he definitely wouldn't be able to control it as he wished. If he stopped at any moment, the slightest mistake would result in this spear piercing through Shui Yan's throat. Unless he had a top-grade healing pill like the resurrection pill to save him, if his throat was pierced through, he would undoubtedly die. Furthermore, Shui Yan was a Fire Cloud sect disciple. If Yixing were to kill Shui Yan in front of everyone, he would definitely be killed by the Fire Cloud sect. It could be said that Yixing had kept the tip of his spear close to Shui Yan's throat while moving at high speed. Both of their lives were hanging by a thread. If there was even the slightest mistake, both of them would die. If Yixing wasn't 100% confident, he absolutely wouldn't have dared to do this. From this, it could be seen that Yixing had defeated Shui Yan in a state where he hadn't used his astrology, he hadn't revealed the limits of his strength. Grand potential of wind, minute. Grand potential of fire, minute. In the pavilion, several esteemed masters spoke out, their voices filled with shock. With a half-step true master cultivation, Lin Ming had actually comprehended two different grand potentials of the world. This left the 9 esteemed masters shocked. The grand potential of wind and the grand potential of fire were two of the most common grand potentials of the world that a martial artist comprehended. Of the 9 esteemed masters, some had already comprehended the grand potential of wind and some had already comprehended the grand potential of fire. Thus, they were able to see the boundary of Yixing's two grand potentials of wind and fire. However, the grand potential of darkness was an extremely rare grand potential of the world. None of the 9 esteemed masters had comprehended the grand potential of darkness, thus they weren't able to see through Yixing's attainments in it. Yixing's grand potential of wind and fire had already shocked the 9 esteemed masters. If they were to know that Yixing had already comprehended 3 grand potentials of the world, who knew what they would think? In the martial arena, Shui Yan broke out in a cold sweat. As he looked at Yixing, his eyes revealed a look of fear. The black dragon spear was a high-grade spirit artifact. As long as Yixing thrust forwards, Shui Yan's life would be taken. Although Shui Yan knew that Yixing wouldn't dare to kill him in front of everyone, with the black dragon spear pressed against his throat, Shui Yan still felt an instinctive sense of dread and fear. Yixing lightly said, "You don't want to admit defeat?" Shui Yan drew back, sticking close to the light barrier of the array formation. He quickly said, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Yixing put away the black dragon spear and turned to leave. There was no joy on his face. Defeating Shui Yan was within his expectations. The difficulties of advancing to the top 4 had only just begun. The opponents he would face next were either Yang Gang, Wuxia, or Mu Xiaoyue. Amongst the 3-star Taoists, all of them were extremely strong. Even though Yixing hadn't revealed his complete strength, Yixing was well aware that even if he went all out, without using his hidden cards like the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation, it was nearly impossible for him to defeat Yang Gang, Wuxia, or Mu Xiaoyue. In the following battles, no matter who he faced, he was likely to lose. And Yixing's goal was the rebirth pill. Only by obtaining first place would he be able to obtain it. This meant that he would have to fight against Yang Gang, Shi Wuxia, or Mu Xiaoyue and obtain consecutive victories in order to obtain first place. The chances of this were nearly zero. Yixing certainly wasn't happy about this. This young hero assembly is truly unexpected. Rising stars are popping up one after another. That's right. Before the competition began, who would have thought that the two 3-star Taoists, Meng Ji and Bai Cang, would be eliminated from the top 3? Of the top 4, besides Yang Gang, who is ranked first on the Earth Profound Decree, Shi Wuxia, Mu Xiaoyue, and Yixing have all come from behind. Each of them is younger than the last. In the next round of the top 4, 2 more will be eliminated. I wonder who will be eliminated. I really don't understand it now. Although Yixing's combat power is heaven-defying, entering the top 4 is already the limit. The other 3 are all 3-star Taoists with extremely strong strength. Yixing will definitely be eliminated. As for who else will be eliminated, it's really hard to say. I feel that other than Yang Gang, the other 3 have the possibility of being eliminated. After all, Yang Gang's cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd-star realm. No one should be able to shake his first-place position. That's hard to say. Shi Wuxia has the ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. His terrifying strength has not been revealed yet. Yang Gang might not be able to defeat him. Mu Xiaoyue defeated Bai Cang with only 1 strike. His strength is also terrifying. Yang Gang might not be able to defeat Bai Cang with 1 strike, right? In a battle between experts, it's not rare to win with 1 strike. It doesn't necessarily depend on the difference in strength between the 2. As a swordsman, Mu Xiaoyue's attack power is very strong. It's not impossible for him to defeat an opponent who is slightly weaker than him in 1 strike with 1 strike. It seems that other than Yixing, who will be eliminated in the next round, no one can say for sure about the other 3. We will only know the results after the competition. After the top 4 were decided, the martial artists were shocked by Yixing's victory. They immediately began to discuss the next round of the competition. Among the top 4, Shi Wuxia and Mu Xiaoyue were the most outstanding in terms of defeating their opponents. Both of them had advanced to the top 4 by defeating 3-star Taoists. Yang Gang had defeated Nan Xinyue and advanced to the top 4. This was within everyone's expectations. However, no one doubted Yang Gang's strength. This was because he had been a 3-star Taoist for more than a year and had been ranked first on the Earth Profound Decree for 2 years. Although Yixing's defeat of Shui Yan had shocked the martial artists, objectively speaking, the one with the worst strength was Yixing. Therefore, for the next round of the competition, almost all the martial artists unanimously believed that Yixing would be eliminated. As for the other 3, it was difficult to determine. The competition for the top 2 was not carried out in a hurry. Instead, the 4 juniors who had been eliminated in this round had a competition for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place. The rewards for 5th and 8th place were different. Naturally, they would have to compete to determine the rewards. After several battles, the rankings were decided. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place were Meng Ji, Bai Cang, Shui Yan, and Nan Xinyue. After the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th places were decided, the competition for the top 2 began. The referee announced the list of matches. First match, Yang Gang vs Mu Xiaoyue. Second match, Yixing vs Shi Wuxia. Chapter 381. When the list was announced, the fighters in the spectator stands were in an uproar. They all thought that Shi Wuxia had gotten lucky. However, no one said that such an arrangement was inappropriate or shady because the 2nd and 3rd place rewards were the same. In the eyes of the fighters, the 4th place would definitely belong to Yixing. Therefore, no matter who was eliminated, Yang Gang or Mu Xiaoyue would still be in the 3rd place. The loser had no fate with the 1st place. It was the same for the 2nd and 3rd place. It didn't affect the rewards. Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue looked at each other, stood up, and walked towards the arena. Shi Wenxie stood up at the same time and sat down beside Yi Xing. He sneered, "Yi Xing, I told you not to let me meet you in the young hero assembly. If you were smart enough, you would have admitted defeat to Shui Yan in the previous round. However, you didn't. Now that you have fallen into my hands, you won't be able to admit defeat even if you want to." Although Yi Xing defeated Shui Yan without using his astrology, this bit of strength was obviously not enough to enter Shi Wenxie's eyes. A half-step enlightened master defeating a 2-star enlightened master was a rare occurrence in the true Xian domain. Furthermore, there were strong and weak 2-star enlightened masters. There was a huge difference between defeating an ordinary 2-star enlightened master and defeating a 2-star enlightened master at the peak. In the history of the true Xian domain, it was hard to say if a half-step enlightened master had defeated a 2-star enlightened master. There might be, but there might not be. However, one thing was for sure. In the history of the true Xian domain, there was no half-step enlightened master who defeated a 3-star enlightened master. Not to mention the true Xian domain, even the East Divine Continent or the Star Continent might not have such a person. As for Shi Wenxie, he was only slightly weaker than the silver-winged demonic condor, who was at the peak of the 3-star enlightened masters. He was definitely at the top of the 3-star enlightened masters. Many 3-star enlightened masters were no match for Shi Wenxie. Comparing the two, Shi Wenxie naturally didn't put Yi Xing in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xing was sitting with his eyes closed. He wanted to use this last bit of time to break through the barrier of the astral realm and become an enlightened master. As long as he became an enlightened master, whether it was Shi Wenxie, Yang Gang or Mu Xiaoyue, Yi Xing had a 90% chance of defeating them. If Yi Xing was given time, he would only need 2 or 3 days. If he wanted to be fast, he might be able to break through the astral realm and become an enlightened master within 2 days. However, the young hero assembly was about to end today. He did not even have a day, let alone 2. Although Yi Xing tried his best to break through the barrier of the astral realm, he was still unable to break through in a short period of time. At this moment, with Shi Wenxie interrupting him from the side, Yi Xing stopped his attempt to break through to the astral realm. He glanced at Shi Wenxie and suddenly, his heart was moved as he thought of a way to break through to the astral realm. With this thought in mind, Yi Xing felt that it was highly possible, and his mood immediately improved a lot. Yi Xing said indifferently, "Admit defeat? There is no such word in my life. Shi Wenxie, don't be as cowardly as Shui Yan and admit defeat to me. You think I'll admit defeat to you? Ha ha ha." Shi Wenxie laughed disdainfully and said, "Just you wait. I'll beat you until your teeth fall out and your bones shatter." The corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up, and he said, "Then I'll thank you first." Shi Wenxie was stunned. "Thank you? Why would Yi Xing thank him? You're crazy." Shi Wenxie snorted. At this moment, Yang Gang and Mu Xiaoyue had already started fighting in the arena. Shi Wenxie's attention shifted to the battle in the arena. Whether it was Yang Gang or Mu Xiaoyue, they were both great enemies of Shi Wenxie. Naturally, Shi Wenxie would not miss the battle between them. Mu Xiaoyue's battle strategy against Yang Gang was very different from when he fought against Baicang. He did not use his full strength at the beginning to decide the outcome of the battle with one strike. Instead, he used a probing attack. Yang Gang also placed great importance on Mu Xiaoyue's strength. A swordsman's explosive power was very strong. Yang Gang did not dare to let his guard down. He was careful and vigilant against his opponent. Both of them did not use their astrology. Mu Xiaoyue's sword was like a ray of light. Every time he swung his sword, there would be a dazzling golden sword aura. It shot out 1,000 meters and directly struck the light barrier at the edge of the arena. Yang Gang, on the other hand, wore a pair of high-grade spiritual weapon gloves and used the condensed aura palm to fight. The condensed aura palm was fierce and powerful. In terms of speed, Yang Gang was slightly slower than Mu Xiaoyue. However, every time he struck, he would shatter Mu Xiaoyue's sword aura. Yang Gang dodged a small portion of the sword aura with his movement skill. Their palms and swords clashed and exchanged more than 10 blows. The battle became more and more intense, and their speed became faster and faster. Soon, only the sword aura, palm prints, and 2 fast-moving figures were left in the arena. Most of the martial artists could no longer see the exact process of the two people's fight. Yixing's eyesight was better than a normal person's. He could see everything clearly. Moreover, after he activated his super brain, he could see every movement of the two. He could even see the circulation of the astral energy in their bodies and the transmission of power. He could see that both of them had brought out their true strength. The only difference was that Yang Gang's attacks were overbearing, while Mu Xiaoyue's sword aura was light and agile. Yang Gang looked more powerful, but in reality, it was hard to tell who was stronger. In such an intense battle, after more than 30 moves, Mu Xiaoyue suddenly withdrew and stood several hundred meters away from Yang Gang. Yang Gang was wary of Mu Xiaoyue's swift sword attacks. When Mu Xiaoyue stopped attacking, he also took the opportunity to stop and adjust his internal breath. Although Yang Gang's astral energy is much stronger than Mu Xiaoyue's, his moves are overbearing and fierce. During the battle, his astral energy consumption is greater than Mu Xiaoyue's. Yang Gang's astral energy is dense, so he doesn't care about this consumption. However, it also causes his internal breath to become unstable. In comparison, Mu Xiaoyue's internal breath is calm and composed. Although the two of them are evenly matched, Mu Xiaoyue is slightly better. Yixing scanned the circulation of the astral energy in their bodies and the changes in their internal breath. He had a rough idea of their situation. However, in the eyes of the other martial artists, neither of them could do anything to the other. It was impossible to tell who was stronger. Mu Xiaoyue stood in the distance. He wasn't resting. Instead, his aura was rapidly rising as he prepared for an even more terrifying attack. Whoosh! A golden light flew out from between Mu Xiaoyue's eyebrows and turned into a giant golden star. It floated in the air, revealing an incomparably sharp aura. Metal elemental astral energy fell and turned into an illusory golden sword that enveloped Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue's sword aura was incomparably strong, as if it could split open the sky. Since Mu Xiaoyue had used his astrology, he would definitely launch an ultimate attack. Yang Gang didn't dare to face him in his normal state. A ray of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had also used his astrology. This was a star with all 5 elements, but the astral energy it revealed was very strong. It was also a high-grade astrology. Surging astral energy fell. Yang Gang, who already had a dense astral energy, was even more overbearing, revealing a terrifying aura. Sky-splitting golden radiant sword. Mu Xiaoyue shouted coldly. He had already used his ultimate killing move and fiercely attacked Yang Gang. The golden sword aura split the arena into 2 halves, and the formation barrier appeared instantly, sealing the power of the sword aura from leaking out. Even so, many of the martial artists on the viewing platform who were facing this sword attack turned pale. They could feel the aura of death, and they all activated their martial arts to resist. Astral energy shattering the world. Facing Mu Xiaoyue's powerful attack, Yang Gang's aura was overbearing. He didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. With a loud shout, surging astral energy gathered in his palm and slammed it out. Boom! A huge astral palm shot out and collided with the golden sword energy. There was a loud explosion, and the entire arena shook slightly. The astral sword energy and the astral palm both shattered. Yang Gang's body shook slightly, but he strode forward and slammed his palm toward Mu Xiaoyue again. Mu Xiaoyue's figure disappeared in an instant. The astral palm missed and slammed into the array formation shield behind him, causing it to shake and ripple. Golden radiance drizzle sword. Mu Xiaoyue's voice seemed to come from all over the void. A ray of sword light flashed. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with tiny golden sword energy. They were densely packed like rain and attacked Yang Gang. Astral suppression in all directions. Facing the sword rain, Yang Gang's legs stopped. His body stood upright like an iron tower, and he raised his hands. In an instant, thick astral energy gathered and turned into a shield that surrounded Yang Gang. Ding! 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 The rain of swords rained down on the protective barrier, producing crisp sounds. The barrier either shattered or bounced back. It was a splendid scene. Golden Radiance Annihilation Sword. Mu Xiaoyue's voice sounded again, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in his voice. Whoosh! A ray of golden sword light shot out from afar and pierced Yang Gang's shield.